Chapter 12 of Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. A Colored Politician. Oh, that estates, degrees, and offices were not derived corruptly, and that clear honor were purchased by the merit of the wearer. How many then should cover that stand bare? How many be commanded that command? Merchant of Venice. John Langley occupied an office in the business portion of the city, among the most reliable lawyers in the profession. He held that association with success would in the end bring the desired quality to anyone. He had never been moved by a generous heart impulse in his whole life. Actual need found no pity dwelling in his breast. The comfortable home which the thrift of Smith had founded, and the industry of the family had fostered to prosperity, influenced his devotion to Dora to an extent which, if realized by her, would have led to his instant dismissal by that impetuous young lady. According to his way of thinking, the wife ought to contribute as much to the expenses of the household by having a comfortable nest egg before marriage as the husband. He listened to the romantic story of the Montfort family with eagerness, and while regarding it as a fanciful creation of the mind, yet he felt that he must look it up and be very sure that $1 could not be gained from it before he marked it in his mind as valueless. He meditated on the subject constantly, but with the shrewdness characteristic of his nature, carefully concealed his thoughts from everyone. He had no idea where he should begin to unravel this great mystery of family connections lost within the fog banks of life in London, but he intended to try. Langley's nature was the natural product of such an institution as slavery. Natural instinct for good had been perverted by a mixture of cracker blood of the lowest type on his father's side, with whatever God-saving quality that might have been loaned the Negro by pitying nature. This blood, while it gave him the pleasant features of the Caucasian race, vitiated his moral nature and left it stranded high and dry on the shore of blind ignorance, and there he seemed content to dwell, supinely self-satisfied with the narrow boundary of the horizon of his mental vision. He remembered little of his parentage, but what had most impressed him was that somewhere in the dim past a woman, presumably his mother, had boasted that through her he was a direct descendant of the North Carolina Pollocks. So he clung to the name, and called himself John Pollock Langley. Neither the Smiths nor he connected his name in any way with the Montfort story. It was a mere coincidence. If taken in his first state, fresh from the woods and streams of his nativity, the Negro be subjected to the saving influences of the Christian home where freedom and happiness, education and morality abound, the Anglo-Saxon would lose the main arguments which he uses against the black brother. Rather would he bow humbly in recognition of the ebony-hued miniature of God. Subject the Anglo-Saxon to the whip and scourge, grind the iron heel of oppression in his face, until all resemblance to the human family is lost in the degradation of the brute. Take from wives and mothers and sacredness and protection of home in the time before birth, when moral and intellectual development are most dependent upon prenatal influences for the advancement of generations to come. Join to all this the uncontrolled bestial passions of humanity, and what have you? Classic features and a godlike mind? No, rather the lineaments of hideous despair, fearful and hopeless as the angel forms that fell from heaven to the black gulf of impenetrable hell. Up from the south there came one morning early in March the report of another lynching. The skies were heavy with gray, storm-laden clouds, not darker nor more threatening than the dire and bloody news the daylight ushered in. For a month or two peace had seemingly reigned in southern latitudes, but it was the slumbering of passion, not its subsidence. At table, in the cars, at the office, in the workshop, men read with sick hearts the description of another illegal act of distorted justice, wherein the sufferings of the poor wretches were depicted only too truthfully for the peace of the community. Jim Jones, a burly black Negro accused of the crime of rape against the person of a beautiful white woman, was taken from his home by a number of our leading citizens, and after being identified by his victim, was carried into the woods, where, before an immense concourse of people, he was bound to a tree, pieces of his flesh were stripped from his body, his eyes were gouged out, his ears cut off, his nose split open, and his legs broken at the knees. After this the young woman stepped forward and poured oil upon the wretch, and the wood being piled about him, she applied the torch to light the fire which was to consume the black monster. Leaving some of the party to watch the funereal pile, a posse went into the city and brought to the scene of vengeance Sam Smith, Bill Sykes, and Manuel Jackson, who were accused of hiding the guilty wretch from the justice of the populace. These 3 men were hanged to the nearest trees in full sight of the burning wretch, who made the day hideous with his cries of agony. We think the Negroes of this section have been taught a salutary lesson. Torchlight. The American Colored League was made up of leading colored men all over New England. These men were in communication with the colored people in every section of the country, for there is no community of colored people so remote that a branch of the great National League of American Colored Men cannot be found within easy reach of all. To the Boston branch of this society the people of all sections of the country look for aid and comfort, not because of any acknowledged superiority of its members, but solely on account of the advantages which they are supposed to enjoy under the beneficent rulings of the grand old Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We do not claim for Massachusetts, in her policy toward the Negroes within her gates, freedom from prejudice or error. There is prejudice enough, heaven knows, prejudice which is fed every day by fresh arrivals from the South, and by intermarriage between Southern women and the sons of Massachusetts. But Massachusetts is noted for being willing to see fair play. She hears the complaints of the Negro, and listens with attention to the accusations of the Southern whites, weighs the one against the other, and, naturally enough, the scales tip in favor of the white brother. From one class the Negro suffers in the state and is contemptuously flouted. From another he receives the hearty word of encouragement, backed by the all-powerful dollar, which goes to feed such universities as Hampton, Tuskegee, and the like. News of the latest horrible event had just reached the officers of the American Colored League. A call had been issued through the church and press for a public indignation meeting at the church on X Street, and John, as one of the executive committee of the League, was turning over in his mind ways and means of making it a success. With pencil in hand and paper before him, he sat thinking. Outside, the sound of the typewriter clicking away for dear life came to his ears, mingled with the whistle of the office boy as he shuffled in and out, attending to his morning chores. John hired a white office boy and a white stenographer, not because he would not have liked to patronize his own people, but because he thought it would be pleasanter for his patrons to meet their own race when business compelled them to visit him, and because he wished everyone to realize that he, at least, had no prejudice in his heart toward anyone. This was what he told the committee from the League when they waited on him and asked him to give the office work to 2 worthy representatives of their race, and pointed out to him that it was his duty to do so, as a leading man of influence among them. Some of the committee were unkind enough to say that they believed that Langley was as prejudiced toward black people as any Anglo-Saxon, but as he denied it most emphatically, there was nothing more to be said about the matter, though many colored men voted him a sneak in private, and had a watchful eye on all his movements. Usually, John had no difficulty in fixing his attention on the humdrum routine of the office, but today his thoughts wandered. Sappho Clark had touched a vein in his nature which was a revelation to himself. Sensuality was prominent in the phrenological development of his head, although no one of his associates would have called him a libertine. Nevertheless, there it lurked, ready to assert itself when conditions were ripe to call it into action. Sappho represented the necessary conditions. Her beauty intoxicated him. Her friendlessness did not appeal to his manliness, because, as we have intimated, that was an unknown quality in the make-up of this man. Her coldness urged him on, and jealousy, the Argus-eyed attendant of love and its counterfeit, infatuation, warned him that Will's love was returned, and made him impatient to force upon her an acceptance of his own devotion, at whatever cost. He did not contemplate marriage, because he intended to marry Dora for mercenary reasons. But to his mind that was no obstacle to the consummation and lifelong duration of an illicit love. He had detected in Sappho's personality a coldness more in accordance with the disposition of women of the North than with that of one born beneath the smiling skies of the languorous Southland. Where, with such a face and complexion, had she imbibed a moral character so strong and self-reliant as her conduct had shown her to possess? Not by inheritance, if he read the signs aright. Then, he argued, if she had acquired that stately, cold, dispassionate bearing by force of habit only, the time would surely come when, unexpectedly, the true nature would reassert itself. Ah, he could wait. Meantime, he could watch for opportunities to coax the unwilling bird within the net. "Gentleman to see you, sir," announced the office boy, laying a card on the table before him. Langley glanced at the card, and then said, "Show the gentleman in, and remember, I'm engaged to anyone who calls while he is here." As the boy left the room, he thought to himself, "I wonder what brings the Honorable Herbert Clapp here today. Something uncommon, I warrant." Langley arose to receive his visitor with an easy grace which was a distinguishing point in his personality. Men would tell you privately, keen, far-sighted politicians, that they believed Langley to be tricky, but that he had such a pleasant way with him that you would give in to him when you knew, within your own mind, that he would do you out of a case in court, or $100 with the suavity of a Lord Chesterfield. Or, as one politician expressed it, "He has such a damned oily way with him that a man forgets to fire him until it is too late." He received his guest with empressement, bade him good morning in a cordial voice, seated him in the easiest chair which the cozy office contained, and, before his hat had fairly reached a resting place, had produced a box of fine cigars and made him comfortable. "Deuced pleasant office you have here, Langley," remarked the visitor as he lit a fragrant Havana and proceeded to enjoy himself man-fashion. "Oh, it isn't bad," replied Langley, "though if my practice allowed it, I would be glad to take more commodious quarters." John had helped himself to a cigar, and was now contemplating the ceiling through rings of curling smoke. Apparently he watched a belated fly trail its body slowly over the white space, but really his mind was alert and watchful to find a clue as to the nature of the business which had caused this man to call upon him. Mr. Clapp had visited him twice before since he had been in business, and each time his call had brought substantial profit, in a political way, to his little bank account. "Horrible thing, this case of the lynching," Mr. Clapp remarked, after an interval of silent enjoyment. "Yes," replied John, "pretty bad. Isn't it most time for the administration to take it up? You can't expect us to stand this sort of thing always, and not to strike back." "What do you gain by doing that?" questioned Mr. Clapp. "I'll tell you," replied John, looking earnestly at his visitor. "There are 35,000 of us in this state alone. We can be organized if the work is done by the right ones and in the right way. We can help start a new party, if nothing more." "That won't do any good, John. We can down you. Colored people won't stick together, and then where'd you be?" "We'd stick all right if once we got started," returned John doggedly. "No, you wouldn't. You're so confoundedly jealous of honors. Each one of you wants all there is for himself, and you never know when to get off individually. We white men know this, and it is easy to upset your plans." "I know that there is a great deal of truth in what you say, but that won't always be the case with us. We're growing away from it more and more every day, and with the missionary work that the League is doing, we expect to fight you one of these days and knock the party clear over the ropes." "You'll never do it," declared Mr. Clapp. "Time will tell. You don't expect to succeed in keeping us out of employment, shoved in a corner to starve and to be burnt alive without getting square sometime, do you? There would be some satisfaction in throwing you fellows out and putting others in, if a new party is the outcome of the issue, and seeing some of you, who have your pockets filled with the salaries which the government has heaped upon you, shoved out of a job and in your vast schemes for growing richer, at the expense of the lives of just such poor unfortunates as the Negroes you are allowing the South to burn in order to keep in power, blown to the devil. We can at least do that much." "I didn't expect such talk from you, Langley," said Mr. Clapp, his lips tightening and a tense line about the mouth. "I suppose not. I've always been pliable, like the rest of the race. Things are changing." "The dollar will fetch you every time, John." "Not this time, anyhow," was the dogged reply. "Pshaw! You people are standing in your own light." "Yes, I think we are. Been doing the same old thing for the last 35 years." "What do you mean?" demanded Mr. Clapp, growing white with suppressed passion. "Is that a reflection?" "Don't lose your temper, Colonel. The man who gets mad always gets the worst of it," replied John blandly. "I want to ask you a question. Did you ever hear of such a thing as a man being robbed and murdered in the house of his friends?" He looked Mr. Clapp squarely to the eye. The latter shifted uneasily in his seat. "That's what's been done to my people." "Well, you can't complain. You've had all you're worth." "Had all we're worth?" "Yes. You give us a boot-black stand in the corridor of the State House and think we are placated." "You can't expect anything more until you've earned it. Besides, you are incompetent to fill any higher position. I've had a number of your best men tried in clerical positions, and you always fail to compete favorably with an ordinary white clerk. You can't ask the people to pay for ignorant incompetence." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed John as he lay back in his chair and winked at the Colonel. "That's a good one. What do you think I've been doing since I've been in the law business in this city? Why, the greenest ward heeler knows that neither a white nor a black man is competent to fill an office if the heads of the department where he is employed wish to get rid of him. The civil service is a good thing, but even that can't save a man from being incompetent when his resignation is desired by anyone in authority. That's no argument at all. And as for our earning our rights, we didn't earn them at Wagner and Fort Fisher and at Fort Pillow. We haven't held the casting vote, and floated you from poverty into affluence." "But the South, man!" exclaimed the Colonel, pounding the table before him with his fists until the dust sprang from the covers of the volumes lying there. "The South has rights as well as you. They are white men, man, you can't expect us to leave them out. All sections must be satisfied, and if you love your country as you should, you will be willing to sacrifice a little for the good of the whole. It won't hurt you. You can't miss luxuries and positions that you've never been used to." The Colonel was shouting at the top of his lungs. John sat calmly, waiting for the storm to subside. "Then what I have heard so often is true, that the South is in the saddle." "Eh?" said the Colonel, subsiding limply into his chair and wiping his heated face on his handkerchief. "Well, I might as well own it to you. I know it will go no farther. "It is so in great measure, Langley. That is the reason we want your people to go slow. This is a great country. Each man is for the good of his own section. Can't blame 'em, can you?" "No. And neither can you blame us for trying to get the best we can for the good of our race. You'll find we mean to do it." "You mean to do it. Yes, but the white man rules in this country every time, John, because he's born for the business, and it's just as well for you to keep the few friends you've got, and not drive them away because you're sore over your disappointments. You know nothing about business, you've no capital, no money, and we've got you every time." "Threats do not frighten me, Colonel. Nearly 1900 years ago, Christ sat at supper with his friends, and one of them, with a kiss still warm on his lips, betrayed him to crucifixion. What have we to expect from our friends?" "Now look here, Langley, don't say hard things, and don't get mad. I will admit every word that you say. It is all true, damn it," he exclaimed, as he arose to his feet and began walking up and down the floor with rapid strides. "I imagine I should feel even worse than you do if I were one of your race. But you can see things as they are, and why not make the best of a bad matter? Your people can't help themselves. If you rose in the South and appealed to arms, you would soon be exterminated, for of course the South is our brother, and in an uprising of that sort, the national arms would necessarily be directed against the rioters, as they would be termed. Individually, I might feel the justice of your cause. Others might feel with me, but expediency would make me fight against you. And that brings me to my errand here today. It is the duty of every one of us to wait for justice, and not to countenance excitement and bloodshed. I assure you upon my honor as a man, that if the colored people are only patient for a while longer, this thing will be settled amicably. We have great plans for pacifying the South, and if we have the help of every good citizen, we shall sooner be able to bring about a season of peace and prosperity, not only to the colored people, but to the whole country." "Talk's cheap. I've heard that old gag so many times that it's grown stale." "But we intend to do the square thing this time." "It ain't in you to do the square thing by us. It is as natural for you to cheat us and maltreat us as it is for boys to pull out the wings and legs of flies. You say now you've got no power to stop lynching. If you haven't the power before election, where will you get it after the votes are in? No, sir, it's votes you want, and after you get them, and all the subsidies, corporations, and trusts are riding easily on the front seat of the coach for another year, you won't know us, and robbing and killing the black man can go right on." "You talk like a fool, John Langley. You're jeopardizing the best chance you ever had since Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation." "That's all right. Promises are like pie crust, made to be broken. You may be the best we can do, and the best is damned poor. Colonel, you just make up your mind to one thing. We're coming high this time. It's going to cost you something. Yes, sir, right smart. I tell you, Langley, we have a hard fight to give your people even the little that they do get. It's your duty to listen to reason in this matter. What do you want anyhow?" "We want our men given something beside boot-blacking in the employment of the state. We want our girls given a chance as clerks. That's what we want. Anything unreasonable in that?" "No, that isn't unreasonable. But damn it all, man, other employees would kick." "Let 'em kick. Turn 'em out and get others. The civil service lists are always full." John faced the angry man with grim determination on every feature. He thought to himself, "The colonel wants something done, and he might as well know that it's going to take a good thing to get me on his side." "All right, I see what's the matter with you. You want to fight," exclaimed the angry colonel. "All right, be pig-headed. Don't listen to reason. Plunge the country into a race war in spite of all we've done for you, especially for your leaders. And when your race is exterminated, put the blame where it belongs. I wash my hands of the whole business." "Oh," replied John, with a conciliatory air, "I don't want to see bloodshed any more than you do, and I am just as ready to accept amicable terms for my race as you are to offer them. I only want to convince you that we can do something if conditions are right." "You're all right, John, my boy," returned Clapp, as he slapped Langley on the back, apparently very ready to grasp the olive branch of peace. "You stick to the party, and the party'll stick to you. We don't want to quarrel, do we?" "No, that won't pay," said John. Each man now resumed the seat which he had vacated under the excitement of the moment, helped himself to another cigar, and again contemplated the ceiling through rings of smoke. John noticed that the fly had made the circuit of the ceiling, and was moving toward him from the opposite side of the room. After a moment's silence, the colonel said, "Your folks are going to have a meeting about this last atrocious affair, aren't they?" "Yes, I was just looking over the list of speakers as you came in." "I suppose they're pretty mad?" "Yes, pretty hot." "By the way, Langley, your name is up for the place of city solicitor, to fill the vacancy made by the death of Calvin. I suppose you'll accept it if you pull it off?" This was the first that John had heard about any such place being offered to him, but he took it as a matter of course, and his eyes sparkled as he replied, "That would suit me to a T." "That settles it, then. It's a go. Now I tell you what you do," he continued, between the puffs of fragrant smoke. "You hold that meeting down among your people to a calm level. Don't let your fire eaters like Judge Watson raise the devil of a row and throw dirt on the party. You keep that end down, and I'll work the papers." "Just so," replied John. "How's the city election going down your way, anyhow?" asked the colonel, after a few more explicit directions to Langley concerning the work he would have him do. "Pretty fair. Some of the voters want to take their own heads, but they can be managed. Well, here's an order on the committee for money waiting to be used in your district in an emergency. Draw when you need it." Then he arose from his chair to take his leave. "Mighty good cigars you keep, John." "Help yourself, Colonel, help yourself." The Honorable Herbert Clapp graciously took a half dozen and stored them away in a capacious coat pocket. After a few more commonplace remarks, Langley accompanied his visitor to the door. They shook hands, and the interview was ended. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, The American Colored League. Shall tongues be mute when deeds are wrought, which well might shame extremest hell? Shall pity's bosom cease to swell? Shall honor bleed? Shall truth succumb? Shall pen and press and soul be dumb? No, by each spot of haunted ground, where freedom weeps her children's fall, by Plymouth's rock and Bunker's mound, by Griswold's stained and shattered wall, by Warren's ghost, by Langdon's shade, by all the memories of our dead, by their enlarging souls which burst, the bands and fetters round them set, by the free pilgrim's spirit nursed, within our inmost bosoms yet, by all above, around, below, be ours the indignant answer, No. Whittier. When Judge Watson, the president of the League, reached his office on that eventful March morning, he found his desk deluged with telegrams from all over the country. From the South the cry was, "Can nothing be done? Where's Massachusetts? Has our old friend been turned against us at last? For God's sake help us! How long, O Lord, how long? Let the voice of the League be heard from every city, town, and village in the Union. Speak, and let our voices be heard." Such were the messages that compelled the hoary-haired veteran of 100 anti-slavery meetings to crush back the sobs which arose in his throat, as he, too, reiterated the cry of an afflicted people, "How long, O Lord, how long?" That day the executive committee of the League met and asked themselves what could be done. Nothing, was the final decision after debating the question, but to agitate. This plan they proceeded to put into execution. Notices were sent all over New England of a gigantic public meeting to be held at the church on X Street on the Tuesday evening following. The press, with one or two exceptions, sides either openly or secretly against the Negroes, North and South. "Aha!" they cried, "see how the Negro abuses the great privileges which we have bestowed upon him." In view of this fact, the League decided that a conservative white man should be asked to address the meeting, along with men imbued with the old abolition spirit, and in this way each side would have a chance to represent the subject as seen from its point of view. Let us, once and for all, look at the question dispassionately. If the fault be ours, let us acknowledge it like men, and seek to amend it. If it belongs to others, may God help them to do right. The excitement among the colored people was intense. Prayers were held in all the churches the Sunday preceding. Telegrams were received from the branches of the League all over the state that delegates would represent them. The meeting would be a great expression of public opinion. Dr. Arthur Lewis was head of a large educational institution in the South devoted to the welfare of the Negroes. Every year he visited the city, and assisted by a quartet of singers, who were also members of the school, collected large sums of money from the best class of philanthropic citizens, who gave to the Negro not only because they believed he was wronged, but also because they believed that in great measure his elevation would remove the stigma under which the Southern white labored. For the loyal white man there would be no greater joy in life than to see his poetic dream of superiority to all other governments realized in the land of the free and the home of the brave. He knows that this can never be while the Negro question keeps up the line of demarcation which marks the division of the North from the South. True and loyal son of his country, he would sacrifice any race, any principle, to bring about this much desired consummation. So he contributes his money to build up manufacturing interests at the South to his own material disadvantage in the North, to develop uncultivated land there, and to educate the Negro with the hope that in the general advance the latter question may be buried from public notice, if not obliterated. Delusive hope that grasps at shadows. That momentous Tuesday evening rolled quickly round. The committee asked that the meeting should open at 7:30, on account of the time needed by the speakers, and long before the hour appointed the large edifice was filled to overflowing. And what a crowd! They came from towns remote, from the farm, from domestic service in the homes of wealth, and from among the lowly ones who earn a scanty living with scrubbing brush and pail. Doctor, lawyer, politician, mechanic, every class sent its representative there to help protest against the wrongs of downtrodden manhood. The platform was heavily draped in American flags, supplemented by wide bands of mourning. Pictures of the anti-slavery apostles peered out at the audience from the folds of the national colors. Speakers and representative citizens were seated upon the platform, and visiting delegates occupied seats in close proximity. The choir had volunteered its services, and after a prayer by the pastor, rendered Mrs. Julia Ward Howe's Battle Hymn of the Republic in masterly style. In listening to the martial strains, the pulse of the vast concourse of people was strained with excitement and expectation. The stillness was intense, as the gray-haired president of the League and chairman of the meeting arose in his seat, and passing to the desk, rapped for order. "Fellow citizens, and men and women of my race, the occasion for this meeting is one of great solemnity. 40 years ago, when as a young man I sat at the feet of Sumner, Phillips, Garrison, Pillsbury, Charles Lennox Remond, Nell, Robert Morris, Fred Douglass, and all the mighty host of anti-slavery fathers, we thought that with the abolishment of slavery the black man's destiny would be accomplished and fixed beyond a peradventure. Today a condition of affairs confronts us that they never foresaw. the systematic destruction of the Negro by every device which the fury of enlightened malevolence can invent. In whatever direction we turn, the clouds hang dark and threatening. This new birth of the black race is a mighty agony. God help us in our struggle for liberty and manhood. Agitation and eternal vigilance in the formation of public opinion were the weapons which broke the power of the slaveholder and gave us emancipation. I recommend these methods to you today, knowing their value in the past. Up then and act. Thy courage wake. Combat intrigue, injustice, tyranny, and in thine efforts God will be with thee. He then called upon the Honorable Herbert Clapp, as a representative of the party and of the sentiment of the best white people of the country, to address the meeting. The political contingent gave him a hearty welcome as he moved with stately tread to the front of the platform. He said, "The topic to be discussed is a very serious one, and I feel deeply how incompetent I am to deal with it, how incompetent most of us are to attempt the solution of the question before us. As a white man looking upon the South as my brother, and desiring to see the welfare of that section secured along with the rights of the brother in black, I feel the responsibility which rests upon me tonight to be fair and just, impartial to both sides in what I may say. I ask you tonight as rational people to look at this question from both points of view, to be calm and logical, to be willing, as just men of intelligence and judgment, to see and acknowledge wrong wherever you find it among your own people, and to be willing to consult as to the best method of procedure to rectify mistakes which, if corrected, may lead to an amicable adjustment of all difficulties in the South. As a friend of both sides, I ask you to do this. I am not here to apologize for the South. She has her ills and her sins. What section has not? Let us thank God that sectionalism is dead. Now then, let us try to appreciate the relations of the Negro at the South. All history shows that two races, approaching in any degree equality in numbers, cannot live together unless intermarriage takes place, or the one is dependent and in some sense subject to the other. Miscegenation by law will never take place in the South. No matter how much we people of the North may differ with our brothers of the South, this point will always remain fixed. Miscegenation, then, being out of the question, nothing remains for the Negro but to be dominated by the white man there. I hold that the Negro in American civilization is a problem of a vast deal more import than we are inclined to believe. The problem is national, not sectional. The sin of slavery was the sin of the nation, and that sin stands before us today full of menace, full of peril to the whole people. The Southern brother claims, and with some justice I think you will allow, that under the influence of scalawags and carpetbaggers, mostly composed of unprincipled Northern white men, the Negro has opposed, politically, everything that he thinks the white man wants. Upon this subject, Professor H. M. Brown, a Negro and member of the faculty of Hampton Institute, says, "The greatest enemy to the Negro and the greatest obstacle to his progress is the politician, and the Negro politician is the worst of all." You cannot deny that the well-behaved Negro has the respect of the community in which he lives at the South. Witness the death of a highly respected Negro in Georgia a short time ago. He never dabbled in politics, and his death was deplored by white and black alike. In 30 years, 40% of the illiteracy at the South among the colored people has disappeared, due, no doubt, to environment and emulation of the whites. All kinds of employment, trades, professions, etc., are open to the Negro at the South, and you know that counts for a great deal. Here at the North the pressure is so great from the white laborer that we are forced, to some extent, to bar against the colored brother. I am ashamed to say it, but let us state the case truthfully, if at all. To come to the case in hand, I wish it to be distinctly understood that I am absolutely opposed to mob law. But there is an unwritten law not peculiar to any section, which demands the quickest execution, in the quickest way, of the fiend who robs a virtuous woman of her honor to gratify his hellish diabolism. Human nature is the same throughout the civilized world. If in return for all the benefits conferred upon the Negro at the South, which I have enumerated previously, they give us the heinous crime of rape, what shall we say? Where find excuses for such ingratitude? Surely as men, we must have sympathy for the pure and virtuous woman who carries with her a living shame, in a living death, in a life all too long for its miseries, if it lasts but for a day." As he finished and returned to his seat, a sigh like a broken moan seemed to come from the very heart of the multitude, but not a movement broke the stillness. The Honorable Herbert Clapp felt that his part of the exercises was a failure. After a pause, the chairman introduced Dr. Lewis as a leading representative of the race whom they would, doubtless, be glad to hear express his views upon the momentous question under consideration. He was received with liberal applause, and said, "I agree with our friend the Honorable Herbert Clapp in about all that he has said in relation to the grievous matter before us. I think that he has stated the case as impartially as it is possible so to do. The moment there is a lynching in the South, it is made the pretext for many press comments and public meetings among ourselves, and a general agitation of the question in the wrong way. The result is that you people at the North get a wrong idea of the matter. The published accounts of your meetings here do us at the South, who are working along the best lines that we know of for the elevation of the race, an injury, and often retard us greatly in the accomplishment of our designs. Take the Black Belt, and within its circumference you will find the densest ignorance, as well as the bright intelligence of no ordinary quality. Among those people you will find the vicious ones who would rather drink, carouse, and fight than do a day's work to keep themselves from the penitentiary. Such men can be bought, bribed, worked upon for the furtherance of any plan or scheme that may suggest itself to the wily brain of the unscrupulous politician. These men are dangerous to the peace of the community, and it is such men who commit the deeds of violence with which the country is horrified at short intervals. If we cannot reach these men individually, we hope to reach their children. Thus we have planned that with the aid of our universities we shall at length root out evil and ignorance, and in the future give our race a clean, pure citizenship. As our friend has stated, politics is the bane of the Negro's existence. Those of us who eschew that subject let matters of government take care of themselves, while we look out for our own individual or collective advancement, find no difficulty in living at the South in peace and harmony with our neighbors. If we are patient, docile, harmless, we may expect to see that prosperity for which we long in the years to come, if not for ourselves, then for our children. I am an optimist in regard to the future. I have great hopes of the better class of Southern people themselves. Let us remember that the South was more conquered than persuaded. The Confederates did not surrender their convictions with their swords. Immediately after the war, Henry W. Grady would have been looked upon as a monstrosity. It was a severe blow to the South when the slave gained his liberty. As the South gains wealth and resources, I think that the problem will grow less difficult. It is the idea of the Negro holding political preferment that is so hard for the North and South to swallow. But if we give them time and do not hurry them, they will grow gradually accustomed to the new era. Convince the South that we do not want social equality, neither do we wish to rule. We want nothing but our God-given rights as men. I believe in the humanizing influence of the dollar judiciously expended for educational advantages, holding it better and wiser to tend the weeds in the garden than to water the exotic in the window. We should strive to obtain the education of the industrial school, seeking there our level, content to abide there, leaving to the white man the superiority of brain and intellect which hundreds of years have developed. He ceased speaking and sat down amid murmurs of applause mingled with disapprobation. Some among the audience began to grow restless. Was this what they came to hear? An apology? Almost a eulogy upon the course pursued by the South toward the Negro? Other speakers, white and colored, followed. Then the chairman introduced our friend John Langley. He came to the front of the platform with his usual graceful bearing. He was well known among the people, especially the younger contingent, and was received with liberal applause. "My friends," he said, "I shall not detain you with any lengthy remarks upon the situation, because there are speakers to follow me. I am glad of the opportunity to say what I think about lynch law. It's a terrible thing to contemplate. The crime which provokes it is still more terrible to my thinking. I utter no eulogy upon the position of the South toward the Negro, neither do I harbor undue resentment for the grievous wrongs which I feel they have, in some measure, heaped upon us. I am willing to leave the punishment of criminals, the suppression of mob violence, with the national government, being convinced that in good time the government so trusted will acquit itself with equity toward my race. You have listened to the speeches made by our friend, the Honorable Herbert Clapp, and our brother, Dr. Arthur Lewis, upon whose word we can implicitly rely, because he works, lives, and moves among the very happenings of which we know nothing save by reading. It is discretion to act coolly, calmly, and deliberately, to look at all sides of a question before we jump at conclusions. I can see nothing to be gained if, as we have been advised, we took up arms in defense of our rights of citizenship. Extermination would speedily follow. Let us not invite destruction. But we have opportunities of advancement. Let us seize them. Let us await the issue of events with patience, trusting in the fealty of our party leaders, putting faith in their sagacity to push our claims and redress whatever grievances we may have at a seasonable time. We thoroughly understand the attitude of the whites. Let us not offend the class upon whom we depend for employment and assistance in times of emergencies. By so doing, if we cannot have amity, we can have peace." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Luke Sawyer Speaks to the League. My ear is pained, my soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which earth is filled. There is no flesh in man's obdurate heart. It does not feel for man. The natural bond of brotherhood is severed as the flax that falls asunder at the touch of fire. He finds his fellow guilty of a skin not colored like his own, and having power to enforce the wrong for such a worthy cause, dooms and devotes him as a lawful prey. Cowper. Scarcely had the speaker taken his seat amid suppressed murmurs of discontent, when a tall, gaunt man of very black complexion arose in his seat among the delegates, and in a sonorous bass voice uttered the solemn protest of Patrick Henry, so famous in history: "Gentlemen may cry peace, peace, but there is no peace." In an instant confusion reigned. Women fluttered their handkerchiefs, and above the waves of applause and cheers could be heard cries of "Hear, hear!" "Platform! Platform!" The chairman rapped for order, and when he could make himself heard, asked the delegate to come to the platform. Another speaker was waiting, but the audience would be glad to hear anything he might have to say. As he passed up the aisle and mounted the steps of the rostrum, the people saw a man of majestic frame, rugged physique, and immense muscular development. His face was kindly, but withal bore the marks of superior intelligence, shrewdness, and great strength of character. He might have been a Cromwell, a Robespierre, a Lincoln. Men of his physiological development, when white, mold humanity and leave their own characteristics engraved upon the pages of the history of their times. "Friends," said he, when he stood before them, "I come from Williamstown, in the western part of this state, to be a delegate at this meeting. Here are my credentials to show that I am in good standing in the league where I belong." He handed his papers to the chairman. "I want to impress that fact upon the minds of this assembly, because I am going to tell you some awful facts before I get through." He paused, and with his handkerchief wiped the tears and perspiration from his face. "Friends, I am 30 years old, and look 50. I want to tell you why this is so. I want to tell you what brought me here. I want to tell the gentlemen who have spoken here tonight that conservatism, lack of brotherly affiliation, lack of energy for the right, and the power of the almighty dollar, which deadens men's hearts to the suffering of their brothers, and makes them feel that if only they can rise to the top of the ladder, may God help the hindmost man, are the forces which are ruining the Negro in this country. It is killing him off by thousands, destroying his self-respect, and degrading him to the level of the brute. These are the contending forces that are dooming this race to despair. My name is Lycurgus Sawyer, Luke they call me for short. When I was about 10 years old, my father kept a large store in a little town in the state of Louisiana. I had 2 brothers and a sister. My mother was a fine woman, somewhat better educated than my father. Through her influence he went into this business of trading, and soon had the largest business and as much money as any man in the county. Father didn't care to meddle with politics, for, with the natural shrewdness of many of us, he saw that that might be made an excuse for his destruction. When I was about 10 years old, then, a white man in the village, seeing the headway my father was making in accumulating property, opened a store on the same street. Father said nothing, but his customers still continued to trade with him, and it seemed that the other man would be compelled to give up. About this time father received threatening letters ordering him to move, and saying that in case he did not do as ordered he would lose his life. Mother was frightened, and advised father to get out of the place, but he, anxious to save some part of his hard earnings, waited to sell his stock and houses before seeking a home elsewhere. One night a posse of men came to our house and began smoking us out. You don't know anything about that up here, do you? Well, you'll get there if things keep on as they're going. My father had arms. He raised the window of his sleeping room and fired into the mob of cowardly hounds. Thoroughly enraged, they broke open the doors back and front, seized my father and hung him to the nearest tree, whipped my mother and sister, and otherwise abused them so that they died the next day. My brothers were twins, still so small that they were but babes. The mob took them by the heels and dashed their brains out against the walls of the house. Then they burned the house. I saw all this, and frenzied with horror, half dead with fright, crept into the woods to die. I was found there by a colored planter named Beaubien, who lived in the next township. He pitied me and took me home. That, gentlemen, was my first experience of lynching. Do you think it is possible to preach peace to a man like me?" The house was filled with the cries and groans of the audience. Sobs shook the women, while the men drank in the words of the speaker with darkening brows and hands which involuntarily clinched themselves in sympathy with his words. "But that is not the only story I can tell. Here's another. I will tell it to you, and you can digest it at your leisure. Monsieur Beaubien was an educated man, descended from a very wealthy family. His father had been his owner. When the father died, he left to his son, born of a black mother, an equal share of the estate along with his legitimate heirs. They made no objections, so he got it. Monsieur Beaubien had married a quadroon woman of great beauty. Louisiana abounds in handsome women of color. They had 2 children, a boy and a girl. She was 3 years old when I went to live with them. I remained in the family 12 years. I learned many things there. Along with the trade of blacksmithing, I learned to esteem myself as a man. I cannot describe to you the beauty and loveliness of that child. As a boy I worshipped her, and as a man I loved her, not with the hope of ever having a return of the feeling she had aroused in me, but as a faithful dog that would lay down his life for those who shelter and care for him. So I felt to Beaubien's family, and especially to that child. When Maybelle, as we called her, was old enough, she was sent to the colored sisters' school in the city of New Orleans. It was my pleasant duty to drive her into the city each day and go for her at night. Monsieur Beaubien had a half-brother, a white man, who was very wealthy and stood very high in politics. In fact, he was in the State Senate. He was very warm in his expressions of friendship for the family, and especially so in his assumption of relationship. I noticed that he seemed extremely fond of Maybelle. One day after she had passed her 14th birthday, she had a holiday from school, and went with some schoolfellows to visit a companion who lived in the city. They returned at night without her, saying that she went into a store with Monsieur Beaubien's brother, and they had not seen her since. Can you imagine what a night was passed by that family? No, you cannot, unless you have been through the same experience. The father went in one direction, and I in another. All night long we searched the city streets. Nothing could be heard of her. Finally we went to police headquarters and secured the services of a detective. After 3 weeks of incessant searching, we found her a prisoner in a house of the vilest character in the lowest portion of the city of New Orleans. A poor, ruined, half-crazed creature, in whom it was almost impossible to trace a resemblance to the beautiful pet of our household. These arms bore her forth from that vile den, and restored her to a broken-hearted parent. I think that I must have gone mad. If I had had the man there then that committed the crime," he raised one gaunt arm above his head, and standing in that attitude seemed the embodiment of vengeance, "I would have taken him by the throat and shaken him." He hissed the words through clenched teeth. "Shaken him as a dog would a rat, until he was dead. Dead! Dead!" We took her home, but I believe that her father was a madman from the time he placed his eyes upon her until he was murdered. And who do you think had done this foul crime? Why, the father's half-brother, uncle of the victim. Crazed with grief, Monsieur Beaubien faced his brother and accused him of his crime. "Well," said he, "whatever damage I have done I'm willing to pay for. But your child is no better than her mother or her grandmother. What does a woman of mixed blood, or any negress for that matter, know of virtue? It is my belief that they were a direct creation by God to be the pleasant companions of men of my race. Now I am willing to give you $1,000 and call it square." He handed Monsieur Beaubien a roll of bills as he spoke. Beaubien seized them and hurled them into the villain's face with these words: "I leave you to carry my case to the federal courts and appeal for justice." Unhappy man! That night his house was mobbed. The crowd surrounded the building after firing it, and as an inmate would show his head at a window in the struggle to escape from the burning building, someone would pick him off. So it went all that night. I seized Maybelle and wrapped her in a blanket. Watching my chance, I stole from the house after the fire was well under way, and miraculously reached a place of safety. I took Maybelle to the colored convent at New Orleans, and left her there in the care of the sisters. There she died when her child was born." As the speaker stood silently contemplating his weeping, grief-convulsed audience, a woman was borne from the auditorium in a fainting condition. John Langley, from his seat on the platform, leaned over and asked an usher who the lady was. "Miss Sappho Clark," was his reply. Amid universal silence, the silence which comes from feeling too deep for outward expression, the speaker concluded, "A tax too heavy placed on tea and things like that made the American colonies go to war with Great Britain to get their liberty. I ask you what you think the American colonies would have done if they had suffered as we have suffered, and are still suffering. Mr. Chairman, gentlemen call for peace, and I reply, peace if possible, justice at any rate. Where is there peace for men like me? When the grave has closed over me and my memories, I shall have peace. Under such conditions as I have described, contentment, amity, call it by what name you will, is impossible. Justice alone remains to us." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 15. Will Smith's Defense of His Race. Thank God for the token. Thank God that one man as a free man has spoken. Whittier. Someone at this moment began to sing that grand old hymn, ever new and consoling. Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, while the nearer waters roll, while the tempest still is nigh. When quiet once more reigned, amid intense silence, the chairman arose and introduced Mr. William Smith as the last speaker of the evening. Tremendous applause greeted him, for he was known to be an able and eloquent debater. "Friends," he said, "I shall not attempt a lengthy and discursive argument. I shall simply try to answer some of the arguments which have been advanced by other speakers. I have no doubt that they have spoken their honest convictions. Now let us look at the other side of the question. We know that the Negro question is the most important issue in the affairs of the American Republic today. We are told that there are but two ways of solving the vexed question of the equality of the two races: miscegenation by law, which can never take place, or complete domination by the white race, meaning by that comparative servitude. Miscegenation, either lawful or unlawful, we do not want. The Negro dwells less on such a social cataclysm than any other race among us. Social equality does not exist. No man is forced to receive another within the environments of intimate social life. Social position is not to be gained by pushing. That much for miscegenation. The question now stands, which race shall dominate within certain parallels of latitude south of Mason and Dixon's line? The Negro, if given his full political rights, would carry the balance of power every time. This power the South has sworn that he shall never exercise. All sorts of arguments are brought forward to prove the inferiority of intellect, hopeless depravity, and God knows what not, to uphold the white man in his wanton cruelty toward the American Ishmael. We are told that we can receive education only along certain elementary lines, and in the next breath we are taunted with not producing a genius in science or art. A Southern white man will tell you that of all politicians the Negro is the vilest, ignoring the fact that for corrupt politics no race ever can or ever will excel the venality of a certain class of whites. Let us, for the sake of illustration, glance at the position of the Irish element in politics. They come to this country poor, unlettered, despised. 50 years ago, Pat was as little welcome at the North as the Negro at the South. What has changed the status of his citizenship? Politics. The Irishman dominates politics at the North, and there is no gift within the power of the government that does not feel his influence. I remember a story I heard once of an Irishman just landed at Castle Garden. A friend met him, and as they walked up the street said to him, "Well, Pat, you are just in time to vote for the city government election." "Begorra," replied Pat, "and is it a government they have here? Sure then I'll vote agin it." "The Irish vote, then, is massed at certain strategic points in the North, and its power is feared and respected. The result has been a rapid and dazzling advance all along the avenues of education and wealth in this country for that incisive race. To the Negro alone politics shall bring no fruit. To the defense of slavery in the past, and the inhuman treatment of the Negro in the present, the South has consecrated her best energies. Literature, politics, theology, history have been ransacked and perverted to prove the hopeless inferiority of the Negro, and the design of God that he should serve by right of color and physique. She has convinced no one but herself. Bitterer than double distilled gall was the federal success which brought Negro emancipation, domination, and supremacy. Disfranchisement is what is wanted by the South. Disfranchise the Negro, and the South will be content. He, as the weaker race, can soon be crowded out. Many solutions of the question of Negro domination have been advanced. Among them, the deportation of the Negro to Africa has been most warmly advocated by public men all over the country. They argue that in this way the prophecy of the Bible will soonest be fulfilled, that Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand, and princes shall come out of Egypt. The late Henry Grady told us that in the wise and humane administration, in the lifting the slave to heights of which he had not dreamed in his savage home, and giving him a happiness he had not yet found in freedom, our fathers, Southern men, left their sons a saving and excellent heritage, slavery. Another man, also a Southerner, has told us, "In education and industrial progress, this race has accomplished more than it could have achieved in centuries in different environment without the aid of the whites. The Negro has needed the example as well as the aid of the white man. In sections where the colored population is massed and removed from contact with the whites, the Negro has retrograded. Segregate the colored population, and you take away the object lesson. Here, then, is the testimony of two intellectual white men as to the dependence of the Negro upon his proximity to the whites for a continuance of what advancement he has made since the abolishment of slavery. Is such a race as this fit at the present time to carry enlightenment into a savage and barbarous country? Can the blind lead the blind? Would not the Negro gradually fall into the same habits of ignorance and savagery from which the white slave trader so humanely rescued him when he transported him into the blissful lap of American slavery? The Negro cannot be deported. It is being argued that the Negro is receiving education beyond his needs or capacity. In short, that a Negro highly educated is a Negro spoiled. I agree with the gentleman on the other side that education alone will not produce a good citizen, but of those who would curtail his endeavors to reach the highest that may be open to him, I would ask, of what use has education been to you in the upbuilding of the social and political structure which you designate the United States of America? What are the uses of education, anyhow? To those who know the constitution of the brain as the organ of the moral and intellectual powers of man, education is of the highest importance in the formation of the character of the individual, the race, the government, the social life of any community under heaven. The objects presented to the mind by education stimulate in the same manner that the physical elements of nature do the nerves and muscles. They afford the faculties scope for action. Education is knowledge of nature in all its departments. The moment the mind discovers its own constitution and discerns the importance of the natural laws, the great advantage of moral and intellectual cultivation as a means of invigorating the brain and mental faculties, and of directing the conduct in obedience to the laws of God and man, is apparent. It is important that the Negro should not be hampered in his search after knowledge if we would eliminate from his nature any tendency toward vice that he may be thought to possess, and which has been largely increased by what he has imbibed from the example and the close immoral association which often existed between the master and slave. From my own observation, I should say that in this country today the science of man's whole nature, animal, moral, and intellectual, was never more required to guide him than at present, when he seems to wield a giant's power, and in the application of it to display the selfish ignorance of an overgrown child. We now come to the crime of rape, with which the Negro is accused. For the sake of argument, we will allow that in one case out of 100 the Negro is guilty of the crime with which he is charged. In the other 99 cases, the white man gratifies his lust, either of passion or vengeance. None of us will ever forget the tales told us tonight by Luke Sawyer, the wanton passions he revealed, and which it has taken centuries of white civilization to develop, disclosing a dire hell to which the common crime of the untutored Negro is as white as alabaster. And it is from such men as these that the appeal comes for protection of a woman's virtue. Do such examples as these render the Negro gentle and pacific? No. He sees himself traveling for years the barren Sahara of poverty, imprisonment, broken hopes, and violated home ties, the ignorant, half-savage, irresponsible human animal who forms the rank and file of a race so recently emancipated from servitude sees only revenge before his short-sighted vision. Rape is the outgrowth of a fiendish animus of the whites toward the blacks, and of the blacks toward the whites. The Southern white is unable to view the feared domination of the blacks with the dispassionate reasoning of the unprejudiced mind. He exaggerates the nearness of that possibility which is not desired by the blacks, and, like the physician sick of a mortal disease, is unable to prescribe for himself, and cannot realize that the simple remedy, gently applied, will lift him from his couch of pain. Lynch law prevails as the only sure cure for the ills of the South. Lynchings are justifiable on 2 grounds, says a thoughtful writer. First, if they are consonant with the moral dignity and well-being of the people, and secondly, if they stop, and are the only sure means of stopping, the crime they avenge. Lynching does not stop crime. It is but a subterfuge for killing men. It is a good excuse, to use a rough expression, to go a-gunning for niggers. Lynching was instituted to crush the manhood of the enfranchised black. Rape is the crime which appeals most strongly to the heart of the home life. Merciful God! Irony of ironies! The men who created the mulatto race, who recruit its ranks year after year by the very means which they invoked lynch law to suppress, bewailing the sorrows of violated womanhood. No, it is not rape. If the Negro votes, he is shot. If he marries a white woman, he is shot. If he accumulates property, he is shot or lynched. He is a pariah whom the national government cannot defend. But if he defends himself and his home, then is heard the tread of marching feet as the Federal troops move southward to quell a race riot. The South declares that she is no worse than the North, and that the North would do the same under like provocation. Perhaps so, if the offender were a Negro. Take the case of Christy Warden and Frank Almy, which occurred in New Hampshire only a few years ago. Where could a more atrocious crime be perpetrated? The refinement of intellectual pursuits, the elegancies of social intercourse, were the attributes which went to make up the personnel of the most brutal murderer that ever disgraced the history of crime. Centuries of culture and civilization were combined in his make-up. The community where the girl lived and was respected and beloved did not lynch the brute. The white heat of passion led men to lay aside all pursuits for days in order to hunt the criminal from his hiding place. New Hampshire justice gave him counsel and every means to defend himself from the penalty of his horrid crime. That was in the North. Human nature is the same in everything. The characteristic traits of the master will be found in his dog. Black, devilish, brutal as they may picture the Negro to be, he but reflects the nature of his environments. He is the Hyde who torments the Dr. Jekyll of the white man's refined civilization. My friends, it is going to take time to straighten out this problem. It will only be done by the formation of public opinion. Brute force will not accomplish anything. We must agitate. As the anti-slavery apostles went everywhere, preaching the word 50 years before emancipation, so must we do today. Appeal for the justice of our cause to every civilized nation under the heavens. Lift ourselves upward and forward in this great march of life until Ethiopia shall indeed stretch forth her hand, and princes shall come out of Egypt." When he had finished, there was not a dry eye in that vast audience. Every heart followed the words of the pastor, as with broken utterance he invoked the divine blessing upon the meeting just ended. Slowly they dispersed to their homes, filled with thoughts that burn but cannot be spoken. The papers said next day that a very interesting meeting occurred the night before at the church on X Street. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 16. John Langley consults Madame Frances. Macbeth. Tell me, thou unknown power. First Witch. He knows thy thought. Hear his speech, but say thou not. Macbeth. Whate'er thou art, for thy good caution thanks, but one word more. First Witch. He will not be commanded. Here's another, more potent than the first. Macbeth. Many things troubled John Langley. The fact that Dora and he seemed to have lost the close relationship which had distinguished the first period of their engagement, and that she now studiously avoided him and accepted with alacrity all the attention which her childhood's lover so ardently showered upon her, did not disturb him so much as the utter indifference of Sappho Clark. How to bend her will to his was the thought which absorbed his waking hours, and haunted him even in sleep. She should not escape him. On that he was determined. This morning, as he walked downtown to his office, he turned over various plans in his mind, and finally determined to go that very day and consult Madame Frances, who had been voted such a tremendous success at the fair which had just closed. John believed that the seeress could help him, and he was not so polished and refined as to hesitate to use such means to accomplish an end. When he reached the office, he noticed that an invitation to a dinner given that very evening by the Canterbury Club lay upon the desk. In his absorption in other things, he had forgotten the dinner. He pushed his work at the courthouse to a quick finish, and retraced his steps to the office, and telling the boy that he would not return before 3 o'clock, hurried toward the quarter of the city in which the fortune-teller lived. J Street is in the very heart of what is called the Negro quarter of the West End. It is also popularly known among colored people as the Hill. Here Madame Frances lived in a small 10-foot wooden building which she hired. The Hill has been the scene of many stirring incidents in the peculiar history of the colored people. On the J Street side, the old St. Paul's Baptist Church is situated. This historic old building was the first church the colored people owned in Massachusetts. There were 5 brothers, black men, bearing the name of Paul, who were educated in England in the reign of George III. One of them, Thomas, determined to return to England and beg for funds to build a colored church in America. He was well received, and his mission was successful. 20 years ago an old negress, a centenarian, was living who had herself picked up bricks in the streets of Boston in the early morning and carried them to the spot where the building was being erected. She did this because, although too poor to give money toward furthering the enterprise, she felt that she must contribute in some way to the erection of this first colored house of worship in this part of the country. This same woman remembered seeing Thomas Paul bring into the church a large bandana handkerchief filled with the English gold he had begged abroad, the first Sunday the building was used for worship. St. Paul's Church became the sacred edifice where the desire for freedom was fostered in the heart of the Negro. There, such men as Garrison and Phillips defied the vengeance of howling mobs that thirsted for the lives of the Negro champions. Oh, glorious times! Who can think of them without a quicker heart-throb and a wildly fluttering pulse? Oh, honored men! Oh, happy dead, gone to receive the reward promised to all who do the work of the Master. As we read of the deeds of such men, the question will obtrude itself. Is it the foreordained destiny of some men to achieve greatness? And if not foreordained, would these same great ones remain inert and impotent like the mediocre majority? Many of us strive to do what we can, but our efforts do not seem to amount to much. In the present emergency which confronts us as a race, no leader has yet pressed forward to take command, as in those glorious old days, no Sumner to receive upon his precious body the stripes intended for the poor, downtrodden black man. God rest us all, we know not what we are. What nature wills, not what we wish, are we. Let us press forward and take courage, and do the little that we can, leaving the rest to God. The hand of the divine architect will fit each life into its own niche, to form an intricate whole of preconceived beauty. Near the head of G and P streets stands the well-known 12th Baptist Church, a split from St. Paul's, and world-renowned under its beloved pastor and founder, Leonard Grimes. Just across the way on P Street was the home of the venerable and honored Lewis Hayden. The history of Massachusetts is forever linked with that of the anti-slavery movement, and the anti-slavery movement is entwined about the familiar street corners of the old West End. John reached the house and rang the bell of the quaint abode. A colored girl, who was evidently a servant, answered the ring and told him that Madame Frances was now at lunch and would not be at liberty until an hour later. However, he might come in and wait if he wished, and she would ask the madam to see him before her usual time. On second thoughts, she did sometimes see people before her hours. This was after John had discreetly slipped a small piece of silver into her hand. She waited on him up the narrow stairway and seated him in a small back room adjoining the audience room. John took a seat a little behind the door, thereby being completely sheltered from observation. Indeed, a person passing the door on entering or leaving the building would not be likely to see him, and would declare the room empty, but from his seat he commanded a full view of the passageway. He had looked the bare and sparsely furnished room over, and settled back in his chair for a tedious period of waiting, when the door of the next room opened, and his attention was attracted by the sound of a voice which he thought he knew. "That money will do what you wish for the boy, Aunt Sally, and—" Then the door was closed. John started to his feet in great excitement. Surely he knew that voice. Again the door must have swung open, for he caught the words of the conversation distinctly. "There's no need for him to know. Let him continue to think—" He heard no more. Again the door closed. It must have been fully 5 minutes that he stood intently listening, but nothing more rewarded him. Suddenly the door opened and shut, and then he heard the quick, light footfall of a woman, and the frou-frou of silken skirts, together with a delicate perfume that he recognized. He drew back as far as possible behind the shelter of the door, and then, as he judged from the sound that she was upon the stairs, he ventured from his hiding-place, and finding the entry clear, peered over the banisters just in time to catch a full view of the beautiful face of Sappho Clark. As she passed out she had dropped her handkerchief. John picked it up. There in the corner were her initials, S.C. He returned to his seat in the bare little room, holding the delicately scented piece of cambric in his hand, with the feeling of a man who was on the verge of discovering something of importance to himself. He was confused and uncertain in his thoughts, but when he could command himself sufficiently to reason, he felt that it was very foolish in him to wonder at Sappho's presence there. All girls were eager to consult those who could unveil for them anything pertaining to the future. How silly for him to make a mystery of a common happening! Still he was restless, disquieted. Vague suspicions assailed his mind. Madame Francis's niece! What could be her motive in hiding her relationship to the old fortune-teller? That she had one he was confident. The child, too! She appeared never to have seen him before the fair. They had acted in concert. Madame Francis and the boy seemed not to know Sappho, and by their manner denied all previous knowledge of her. Here was something to unravel. But he was used to solving mysteries. It was his business. He would constitute himself a committee of investigation, he told himself. He owed it to the community, to himself, to the Smith family, who were so fond of her. So he planned that the sin of another poor human soul, a vague fraud against no one in particular but society in general, doing wrong to no one, should be suddenly stripped of its coverings. He mused here alone, buried in deep thought, forgetful of the hour and his surroundings. Uncanny shadows were filling the corners of the bare little room, when an idea came to him which fairly made him shiver. He could feel the blood recede from his face under the excitement of the moment, and grow cold in his veins. "Heaven above!" he whispered. "It cannot be possible that what I suspect is true. That child, his resemblance to her, this woman, the child's great-aunt, and also Sappho's aunt, the secrecy." As he sat there engrossed in speculation, the maid who had answered his ring came into the room to tell him that the madam would see him. He still held the handkerchief in his hand, and said, as he held it toward the girl, "The lady who just went out dropped it. I think she called Madame Francis Aunt Sally." "Oh, yes," replied the girl, as she took it from him. "I will give it to Madame. Miss Clark comes here a great deal. She is Madame Francis's niece." John's thoughts were in a whirl as he followed the girl to the door of the room Sappho had just quitted. Why had he never heard of this relationship before? He was quite certain that the Smiths knew nothing of it, or he would have heard it spoken of about the house or at the fair. There was a mystery, then, about her. Just at this point he awoke to a realization of the fact that he was within a darkened room. It took a moment for his eyes to be accustomed to the semi-twilight of the apartment, and then he seated himself in a chair beside a small table, which the girl pointed out to him before she left the room, and which was evidently intended for visitors. "How do you do?" said a voice, and turning in the direction from whence it came, he beheld the wrinkled black face and gaudily turbaned head of Madame Francis. As he returned her greeting, another voice said, "How do you do? Lord love you, how do you do?" Then he saw that a large green parrot was perched on the back of the chair in which Madame Francis was seated. On the table beside him was a silver dish holding 2 large sea-green stones, in the depths of which one could easily trace the outlines of white coral islands, birds, beasts, and reptiles. In one corner of the room was a large screen covered with unbleached cotton. The table beside Madame Francis held a curious instrument which resembled a ship's compass, and on its surface the signs of the zodiac came and went at the will of the seeress. Many curious things were in this darkened room, and no matter how much one might wish to disbelieve the power of this woman to foretell the future, he could not fail to be impressed with the surroundings. And after all, our surroundings influence our lives and characters as much as fate, destiny, or any supernatural agency. Madame Francis held out her hand for her fee, and as he laid a silver dollar across her palm, she said, "She will escape you, and you will lose the other one, too. Better stop now, and keep the one you hold." "Keep the one you hold! Fool, fool, fool!" screamed the parrot's shrill voice. "You come to me for advice about certain property that you would like to get. There is money all about you, piles of it. You will meet one soon who will tell you something of importance concerning a large sum of money. You say you did not come here to find that out, but it is here, and the dial does not lie." She pointed to the face of the compass-like instrument before her. John felt very uncomfortable as the old woman peered at him from eyes which, while they seemed almost sightless, yet impressed one as being able to pierce the secrets of the soul. "There are 3 things you wish to ask about," she continued. "Look on the screen, and behold the answer to a question." John looked toward the screen, and saw what appeared to be dim shadows forming there, which gradually took on the shape of a banquet table, and seated around it was a company of men, among whom he recognized himself and his friends William Smith and Dr. Lewis. "When you are at that table in the company of those men, you shall have the answer to one of the questions you would ask me. Look again," she said, and John saw to his amazement that the cloth of which the screen was made had resumed its color, and another shadowy outline was beginning to form. As he gazed in wonder, the outlines took shape before his astonished eyes, and he saw the altar of a church. Before a priest, a man and woman knelt in bridal dress. The man placed a ring upon the woman's finger. As the picture faded, the faces of the couple were turned toward him for one moment, and he recognized Sappho Clark and Will Smith. "Look again," said the voice of the seeress. He did so, and saw before him a noble ship. On her deck stood a man and a woman. The picture faded before he could distinguish the features of either party. "These are all I am permitted to show you now," said Madame Francis. "These pictures contain the answers to your questions." "Do I understand them to mean that I shall be defeated in my plans? That I shall not enjoy a part of the wealth which you see about me?" "You will be defeated, and you will not enjoy the wealth that is about you, unless—" she paused, shook her head, mumbled some unintelligible jargon, as if conversing with the unseen, again shook her head. "If not a share of the wealth you see, what will my fate be, and in what line shall I prosper? Surely you can tell me something about my success in life." "Enough has been shown to you. Why persist? But look again if you will not be advised." Again he looked at the screen, and saw dark outlines resolve themselves into shapes. He saw what appeared to be a field of ice and snow, vast and unbroken, terrible in its dreary isolation. It faded, and he turned to the fortune-teller in desperation. "What has such a scene to do with me?" "Remorse, remorse! Who can tell the end of life?" mumbled the crone, as if in self-communion. At length she seemed to come to herself, and said in clear accents, "If you would let an old woman advise you, I should say choose the right path, no matter what the cost. But men are foolish always for a pretty face." She touched a bell on the table beside her, and the boy Alphonse came from behind the curtain, and gravely motioned the visitor to follow him out. "For a pretty face," croaked the parrot, rousing himself from a nap as John left the room. As he descended the stairs, the words of the parrot followed him. "Fools, fools! All men are fools for a pretty face." John cursed his own folly in seeking the fortune-teller's aid as he went slowly back to his office, puzzling over the things he had seen and heard. He was a well-read man, and tried to account for these strange things. He knew from reading the mediumistic powers of all created things. He knew something of the wonderful agencies of electricity and magnetism. The appliances in the room had suggested magnetism as the medium. Yet, he argued, the same phenomena might have been produced by the power of hypnotism. He knew enough of the latter to practice it in a way for the amusement of his young friends, but had thought himself impervious to its influence. But with all his reasoning, he could not convince himself that there was not an intelligence, invisible and intangible, that had presented to him those soul-disturbing manifestations. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 17. The Canterbury Club Dinner. Ill fares the land to hastening ills a prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. Goldsmith. The Canterbury Club of Boston, which held its annual dinner on this particular evening, was composed of the flower of Boston's literary savants. At the rooms of the club, men deep in scientific research touched elbows with the advanced theological scholar and the political economist. Side by side with the vital questions of the hour in the world of progress, wireless telegraphy, the philosophy of trusts, the rise and fall of monarchies, the restoration of Greek art, the philosophy of lynching was beginning to engage the attention of two hemispheres, and information was eagerly sought from every reliable source. Now it happened that the remarkable ability of Smith in dealing with the acknowledged difficulties of the question had been spoken of to some of the members by the Honorable Herbert Clapp, the president of the club. It had already entertained Dr. Lewis on account of his great work as an educator among his people, and John Langley because he was an important factor in his line, doing the work necessary to the life of any organization interested in active politics with which men of a delicate moral susceptibility could not be approached. It was voted to invite young Smith to this dinner as a fresh and interesting specimen of the Negro. Many fat contributions found their way annually into the treasury of the African School of Industrial and Agricultural Development, which was under the able management of Dr. Lewis through the influence of this club. He had accomplished great things, had made himself the center of this terrible human tragedy in the heart of the Black Belt, where the college was situated, but the deadly antagonism of the South made even his iron-hearted stoicism bow to its tyrannical decrees, insomuch that he had been forced to compromise, and the educational advantages allowed the pupils had been curtailed to suit the views of those who placed a low estimate on the ability of the Negro, in spite of the many bright examples of superior intellectual endowments which exist among them. Such ideas as Dr. Lewis set forth in his many brilliant speeches in behalf of his people were logical, and showed a mind capable of grasping the needs of the moment, an infinity of powerful thought under a tyrannous self-suppression. One man's meat is another man's poison. The colored people north of Mason and Dixon's line are conspicuous for their advancement along all the lines which are distinctive features in the formation of the polished exterior of the good citizen of such a republic as ours. Among the best circles of this community are found the highest types of intellectual, moral, religious, and social improvement. What becomes of such a class as this, when hampered by rules and laws made to fit the needs of the Black Belt? Laws of life and living which cannot be forced, and ought not to be forced, upon the large class of colored citizens who embody within themselves the highest development of American citizenship. We believe that the spirit of fair play is not yet dead in our beloved country. We believe that there still exists beneath the seething cauldron of prejudice with which the South would deluge the advance of the Negro, brave hearts that will answer the cry of distress with patriotic alacrity, and these same brave hearts will demand for every black face, North and South, the fullest opportunity to develop whatever is best within him. The young men had planned to go together. Their entrance created a diversion. The English member of Parliament, who was the guest of honor, was much surprised, although too well bred to show it. Certainly they were fine specimens of the genus homo, whose physique demanded more than a passing glance of admiration. Curious thoughts came to Mr. Withington, the English guest, certain truths which, if applicable to England, seemed doubly so to this country, so new and untried, as it were, in the changes and subtle uncertainties of government and revolutions. And a proud yeomanry, its country's pride, when once destroyed, can never be supplied. Will the Republic learn the value of the black children of her adoption when it is too late? The presence of these young Negroes was generally received as a pleasant innovation among that company. There was a senator from Alabama present among the invited guests, and for a moment he felt his color rise, and all the peculiar feelings of his section protest and clamor to make themselves heard when he found that he must perforce be brought into social contact with the despised ex-slave representatives. But he remembered, in time to save himself from ridicule, that he was in Massachusetts. What matter, was his inward thought. Some day we shall change all this. The first course was about over before Will had a chance to look about him. He did not feel at all overpowered by the grandeur displayed. The great room with its high walls and ceiling of magnificently carved mahogany, the massive brass chandeliers, composed of hundreds of tiny electric lights, which threw their sparkling rays upon the exquisitely appointed table, with the priceless ware in which the meal was served, the heavy scent of roses which perfumed the air, the silent waiters gliding in and out among the guests, all seemed the fantastic creation of a dream. His neighbor happened to be Mr. Withington, his vis-a-vis a noted editor. Farther down the table he recognized a foreign secretary of legation, and so on. Conversation soon became general, flashes of wit, satire, and discussions of rare value to the student, a sumptuous feast of good things. Above the click of glasses he caught snatches of conversation. "You may search through science and find no evidence of the presence of God in the universe," declared the sharp, decisive voice of a freethinker, who was plunged in the midst of an argument with a noted theologian of the Episcopal faith. Will listened intently for the answer. It came instantly. "How could it be otherwise? God has a subjective existence to man. Therefore man must get outside of himself to know God. In fact, man must die to attain God." "Ah, there you go, with your mythological argument. You cover the clear statement of a fact with a veil of mysticism." "Very true. But what is the soul? Mentality, existence itself, but a living mysticism," replied the clergyman. The whole room had become interested by this time, and watched the play of cultured thought and keen argument with great relish. "It is only when the subjective part of man exists as a distinct entity, then, that you think the presence of God is made clear to him?" "Yes," replied the clergyman, "for the final end of man is the beginning of spirituality, or the true knowledge of God." "Ah, but if we let reason speak, we find the flaws in your theory, and your ground becomes untenable. I look forward to the day which coming years shall usher in, when all the discoveries which are being made each year, and the general diffusion of scientific knowledge, shall revolutionize thought, and place God and man on an entirely different plane from that which they now occupy." "And what is this reason or thought which you feel will do so much? It is but a loan from the Almighty, whose existence you affect to doubt. Man has no title to the property until he has permission to hold it eternally." "And then?" "He must have satisfied the Almighty that he is worthy." Presently Will plunged into the conversation, impelled thereto by a certain philosophical reference with which he was familiar, and which he had studied with great interest. "What do you think of reason and religion, Mr. Smith?" asked the freethinker, impressed with the intelligence of his comments. "Are you one with the rest of your race in believing all this talk of spirituality?" "I believe that reason and religion must act together to discover the perfect power and glory of God," replied Will modestly. All eyes were for the moment bent upon him. "There is perfect harmony between them, and it is our own short-sightedness which causes us to doubt." "Do you not believe that by seeking knowledge and dedicating life to the welfare of mankind and obedience to God in our several vocations, our best faculties will be gratified? Wealth, fame, health, and all other good things will flow in a stream, "And our delight remain permanent?" asked Dr. Lewis at this stage of the argument. "Not necessarily obedience to God," replied the freethinker. "Certain causes bring certain effects, without reference to a presiding deity." "That's it," said the Southerner, sotto voce, to his next neighbor. "Negroes are all alike with regard to religion: ignorant, thieving, dirty, and lazy, but withal crammed full of religious enthusiasm. You should know them as I do, shouting, screaming, frothing at the mouth with the outpourings of the Spirit, and as soon as they are outside the church door, robbing hen roosts and watermelon patches. Bah!" Low as his words were spoken, they caught the ear of Will. His flashing black eyes were turned upon the speaker as he said with a courtly bow, "Granted that all you say is true, still the Negro does not sin against the ages of accumulated knowledge of right and wrong. It is not absolute incapacity in the Negro either, but mere want of information, arising from lack of intelligent exercise of the perceptive faculties. These faults you speak of are but the remnants of an old irresponsible life. The majority of our race has turned aside forever from the old beaten paths of slavery into the undiscovered realms of free thought and free action. Some of the race may abuse the newly acquired liberty by petty pilfering or an overflow of religious enthusiasm, but the Negro has changed, whether you realize it or not. Times have changed, and the Negro with them." There was a murmur of applause as he finished speaking. "Well," returned the Southerner, "we will grant that some of you are making progress, but you cannot claim that as a race you are capable of becoming such examples of manhood as you and your friends. To most of you the mystery of government will always remain a mystery, and the hope of assimilating many things which are second nature to the white man will never become a reality to your race." "I believe that the same rules which govern all races will be applicable to mine," returned Will. "If men are rude and foolish, down they must go. When at last in any race a new principle appears, an idea, that conserves it. Ideas only save races. If the black man is feeble and impotent, unimportant to the existing races, not on a parity with the best races, the black man must serve and be exterminated. But if he carries within his bosom the element of a new and coming civilization, he will survive and play his part." "Hear, hear!" cried the Foreign Secretary of Legation, applauding vigorously, delighted at the strong, combative style in which the brave young fellow met the ancient enemy of his race. "No race is hopelessly lost to the world of progress that produces such manly specimens within 50 years of emancipation." "England is troubled over the fact that the two races do not mix, and to all appearances never will," now joined in Mr. Withington. "There seems to be no common ground between them. They cannot live together harmoniously. Can you, gentlemen, explain this to me? I should like to carry back with me, when I return, a clear realization of the facts in the case as viewed by each party to the question. That is part of my mission in this country." "It is true," said Dr. Lewis, "that our condition is alarming to a degree. Over 10,000 graves made since the war by mob violence are dotting the South, and of these 90% are the graves of black men." "You do not get these facts abroad, because newspaper reports are doctored by local Southern writers who participate in the lynchings. Free speech and public discussions are not allowed. In the South you must think and speak as the mob dictates," here chimed in John Langley. "But surely you have constitutional equity before the law. You can gain redress from the federal government." "Constitutional equity is a political fiction," laughed Will. "Reconstruction is a failure, then?" asked Mr. Withington. "Reconstruction is not a failure, although the whole South will tell you so, and the North is being persuaded to so believe. The Negro was the living force which rent asunder the old methods of the slave-holding states, and brought them out into the healthful light of decent, God-fearing living. But they are trying to take all the credit for the good we may have done them from us. The lines are drawn more sharply than before the emancipation. Constitutional amendments are dead letters. The ballot box is nil," replied Will. "All of which goes to show that race is stronger than law," broke in the Southerner. "Rather, that barbarism is superior to civilization." "What about the crime of rape?" asked Mr. Withington. "In 9 cases out of 10," replied Lewis, "you will find that the Negro is guiltless of this awful crime. It is brought forward to alienate the sympathy of all decent men from us. It is a crime that strikes the home ties, and as such is the most deadly weapon that has yet been used against us. We invite investigation in this direction, and you will then find that it is not a characteristic of the black man, although it is of the white man of the South." "You cannot prove your assertions," exclaimed the Southerner, white with passion. "I can. Name a case." "John Thomas of Georgia." "He was guilty and deserved his fate. You gentlemen must have heard the story of the atrocities committed by that man. The woman's husband was brutally murdered, and she was assaulted. We made the fate of the black devil a terrible example for the rest of his kind in Georgia." "Do you not know that the story has been proven false all through? It was this way, gentlemen. After the man Thomas was lynched, the colored people were convinced of his innocence. A sum of money was raised by subscription to hire the services of a reputable detective to investigate the matter. He visited the scene of the alleged crime, and it was found that Thomas worked for Cragin on his farm. Thomas heard that his mother was sick, and wished to visit her. Having no money, he applied to Cragin for his pay. This enraged the latter, and he drew his revolver to shoot the Negro. Quick as a flash, Thomas seized an axe which happened to be lying near, and struck Cragin, killing him instantly. He then fled to the woods. Mrs. Cragin says that Thomas did not assault her; she never saw him. "And for defending himself they lynched him?" said Mr. Withington, with a look on his face which expressed incredulous astonishment, combined with disgust. "Yes, that was the detective's report, given under oath. What the man suffered at the hands of the lynchers could only be equaled by the sufferings of the martyrs of Nero's time. If every case of Negro lynching could be investigated, we should discover fearful discrepancies between the story of the mob and the real truth." "That does not prove that white men are ravishers," said the Southerner, returning to the charge. "Oh," replied Will, with a significant shrug of the shoulders, "take the representatives of my race who are with you tonight. How did we get our complexions, soft curls, and regular features? Our ancestors were black, flat-featured, and had many other racial marks. Your race does not intermarry with Negroes, does it? That being the case, the answer is self-evident." "You do not think, then, that under the circumstances the government ought to assist the Negro to leave the country?" asked Mr. Withington. "Never!" cried Will, with glowing countenance. "Never! Here, where we have been so outrageously maligned, let us refute the charge like men." "That sounds well," said the Southerner with a sneer, "but how will you do it?" "By using the methods of the South," replied Will quickly. "Create sentiment for the race, and against its detractors." "And if you get nothing else out of it, the agitators will do a good business and fill their pockets with money." "Agitation will do much," said Will calmly, unruffled by the other's display of anger. "It gave us freedom; it will give us manhood. The peace, dignity, and honor of this nation rises or falls with the Negro. Frederick Douglass once said, 'Ultimately this nation will be composite.' There is a strong demand, a growing demand, for a government capable of protecting all its citizens, rich and poor, white and black alike. The causes for such a government still exist. It remains to be seen if the prophecy will be fulfilled." One of the founders of the American Academy at Rome was present, and conversation now turned upon the development of American talent in art. The political aspect of Great Britain in South Africa, and the complications likely to arise therefrom, was another interesting topic; but under it all the sentiment expressed, and the words spoken by the representatives of a humble race that night lingered in the heart of each scholar and thinker who had heard them. Will had a pressing engagement, and was obliged to excuse himself to the president of the club. He withdrew as quietly as possible. Those nearest him shook him warmly by the hand, and told him that they hoped to hear from him again, and soon, on the same interesting topic. Mr. Withington now attached himself to John Langley for the remainder of the evening, seeming well pleased to find himself in such company. As they bade each other good night at the close of the festivities, he said to John, as he placed his card in his hand, "I leave tomorrow for Canada, on business connected with the Home Office. I may never return to this country, but I want you to believe that I am deeply interested in the welfare of your people. Write to me whatever comes up of importance to the race, and I will do what I can to make sentiment in my own country for you, and as far as money will go, you shall have the benefit of the help it will give." John bade him good-bye, and even his conservative heart was warmed by contact with so good a man. After he had reached his room, he took the card from his pocket, and before putting it in a place of safety, read the address: Charles Montfort Withington, M.P., Blankshire, England. For a long time he sat there staring at the card in his hand. Where had he heard that name before? Charles Montfort. Why, it was the family name of Mrs. Smith. Instantly the words of Madame Frances came to his mind, and a great light seemed to illumine his thoughts. "When you are at that table in the company of those men, you shall have the answer to one of the questions you would ask me." How often he had listened to the story told by Ma Smith with an incredulous smile. It had seemed to him the idle boasting of a mind entering its dotage. Charles Montfort, and from England! Heavens, if there should be truth in this fairy tale! End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 18. What Easter Sunday Brought. 'Twas Easter Sunday. The full-blossomed trees filled all the air with fragrance and with joy. Longfellow. The days passed very quietly at No. 500 D Street. The excitement occasioned by the fair, and the extraordinary agitation which had attended the meeting of the American Colored League, had somewhat abated. Softer thoughts and feelings had taken possession of the public mind, for it was very near to the celebration of Easter. The two girls, Dora and Sappho, felt restrained in their intercourse because, although by tacit consent nothing was said of John's treacherous conduct toward Dora, each knew that the other had discovered it. Dora felt aggrieved and ill-treated, and who could blame her? Dr. Lewis was drawn into the trouble through his attachment to Dora. He pitied her injured feelings. He knew that if she were free and he offered her his love, it would be accepted, and he was not too proud to have done this if it had been an honorable act. He knew that it would not be an honorable act to ask her to break her promise to Langley at this stage of the drama, but within his heart hope grew stronger each day. He saw that John was hopelessly infatuated with Sappho. He saw Dora knew this, and resented the wrong done herself, although as yet she could hardly put her thoughts into words. Daydreams began to break in upon the dull monotony of his methodical existence. He watched the signs of growing discontent with all a lover's impatience to grasp the happiness which he felt would, after a time, be his. He was willing to work, to wait, to serve, if only he might claim her love at last. Oh, the nobleness of a good man's love! If women would but prize it, how many more happy homes we should see, and how much brighter the world and life would be. Toward Langley he was savage, and then, too, he was puzzled. One night they were all invited to attend a reception given at the house of a friend. He was with Dora and John. Dora addressed a remark to John, and receiving no answer, turned to look in his face for the reason. His gaze was fixed upon Sappho, who was surrounded by every eligible man in the house. And such a look! Love, hatred, tenderness, the gamut of passion was disclosed by the look bent upon the unconscious girl before them. Dora shuddered as if a chill had struck her, and turning to Louis, held a cold and trembling little hand appealingly toward him. He took it gladly into his firm and loving clasp, and tenderly asked her if she would like to go home. She grasped the offer instantly, with evident relief. She left John's side to seek the ladies' dressing-room for her wraps. He, absorbed in thoughts of Sappho, did not miss her presence. Louis sent word to Will that he was taking Dora home because she was feeling very tired. He apologized to the hostess, engineered all the delicate details of social life with neatness and dispatch, and met the harassed girl at the foot of the staircase, ready to lead her home without arousing disagreeable comment. "What does the beggar mean?" he asked himself more than once that night. "He does not seem inclined to give Dora up, and yet he has completely gone over the other one." But, like a prudent man, he said nothing. He kept his own counsel and watched. Since the meeting at which Sappho had fainted, the girl had grown more silent and depressed. People said, "Yes, she is beautiful, but so cold and silent." She and Will had scarcely spoken since the night of the fair, but each felt and knew that it would be but a short time before the story of their love must be settled for good and all. So the days crept by and brought the crisis of these lives, so strangely interwoven. Easter Sunday fell early in April that year. The city had donned its gayest attire to welcome the return of the celebration of Christ's triumphal resurrection. The morning service was ended. The exultant organ peals, the glorious strains of hymns of victory poured forth by highly trained voices in hundreds of augmented church choirs all over the city, still seemed to vibrate upon the listening air, even after the churches had given up their crowds of worshippers. Sappho had been to the mission church of St. Augustine, on P Street at the West End. Here the good fathers of the mission of St. John had reared a church, and elected to bend their efforts particularly to the salvation and upraising of the poorest of God's children. This church, with its beautiful silver chimes, given by a wealthy Boston woman in commemoration of the life and services of the lamented Bishop Brooks, is destined to stand for ages as a memorial of the deeds of philanthropy, which have always been a distinguishing feature of the true spirit of Massachusetts. The sound of the bells lingered with her like a benediction. For the first time in weeks, a tranquil mind was hers. The spirit of the day was upon her in full measure. To her the risen Christ was a reality, and his triumph over sin and death was to her bruised spirit a promise and a blessing. Stepping lightly along, she gained the public garden and crossed the rustic bridge, skirting the lake as she walked toward the Arlington Street entrance. Many admiring glances followed the graceful figure, clad in its fresh, jaunty, tailor-made suit of gray. The strong wind kissed the pure face and gently lifted the clustering curls from the white brow, where Cupid lurked in every curve and delicate thread of gold. The garden was very beautiful this year. It had blossomed with more than its usual luxuriance for the annual festival. Beds of crocuses, gaudy tulips and hyacinths dotted the landscape side by side with the modest violet and exquisite pansy. God's smile was everywhere. April's sun and showers had blessed the earth, and cold nature, by his amorous kiss, stung sweetly, stirred his limbs, and felt a thrill of immemorial bliss. Someone sat upon a garden seat awaiting her coming. Far down the mall he espied the solitary figure. 'Twas she herself. As he gazed upon the advancing figure of the girl he loved, he felt his heart swell within him, and tender thrills of joy filled his soul, too full for utterance. He noticed that she wore a bunch of violets today instead of her favorite jacks. They were more in keeping with the sentiment of the day. There they rested in a splendid cluster upon her breast, modest and beautifully fragrant. As sweet as a violet herself, he thought as he murmured to himself, "The breeze runs riot with thy charms, O faint, delicious springtime violet." As a man, Will Smith was not ashamed of the passion which consumed him. An honorable love had its own subtle charm. Now was his opportunity. The almost deserted paths were secure from intrusion. She was not indifferent to him. Today should end suspense. He would have her answer. Sappho caught sight of him directly she entered the path. She hesitated, turned, then stood still as if conscious of his resolution. He saw her hesitation and read her thoughts by virtue of that harmony which is love's perfection. He arose and stood before her, hat in hand. His apparent coolness and self-possession did what he intended it should, restored her calmness, and when she placed her hand in his and responded to his cheery greeting, she was herself again. "Do not hurry away," he said, as she turned as if to resume her walk. "Let us sit a moment and enjoy this charming view of beautiful Boston." She stood a moment gazing at the fair prospect spread out before them. "How peaceful, beautiful, and calm the landscape seems! If earth be so fair, what must be the beauty of heaven?" she said, after a slight pause. "Indeed, yes," replied Will, as he glanced at the fair face beside him, with something like awe. For a moment he felt that he stood in the presence of a saint. Earthly passion seemed out of place. After a moment's silence, she seated herself, mechanically protesting that she had promised Dora to help her with her Sunday school class at 1:30. "Never mind," said Will. "It is real Sunday school work for you to look after me a bit. I'm sure I need Bible lessons." At this they both laughed, and then Sappho asked, "Where ought the lesson to be?" She saw instantly by the change in his expression that she had given him his opening, and immediately lost the self-possession she had just gained. "And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, 'I will serve thee 7 years for thy younger daughter,'" quoted Will softly, as he looked at the gentle face and downcast eyes beside him. Sappho said nothing, but gazed intently at the landscape with unseeing eyes, as she nervously clasped and unclasped her delicately gloved hands. Suddenly she felt one small hand drawn within the strong, warm clasp. "There are shadows on your face. Why are they there? You think all kinds of sad thoughts. Tell them to me, Sappho." "Nay," she said at length, "why should I? They are not clear even to myself. You would not understand my vagaries. Why should you be bothered with them?" "Because, Sappho, my beautiful one, my darling, I love you. Surely you know it. I have loved you from the first moment that I saw you. Be my wife, my blessing." She did not answer. Her face had grown very white. "Have I frightened you? Do not think me cruel, Sappho. You do not know how much I love you." She was still silent, but another look satisfied him that she was not angry. The gloved hand stopped fluttering, and lay quietly within his clasp. "You do not think me presumptuous. You're not angry. Tell me that you love me." "Wait 1 moment," she said, and then he saw that she was trembling violently. "Don't you care for me a little?" he asked anxiously. "Or have I been living in a fool's paradise the past 2 months?" "I do care for you," she whispered in a voice so low that only a lover could have heard it. "Ah!" he cried impetuously, "then I will never let you go." "Ah, Will, I wonder if it is right for me to love you, or to allow you to love me." "Most decidedly it is right. Why do you doubt?" "You have known me such a short time," she protested. "I know that you are the dearest girl in all the world to me," he replied, holding her hand still more tightly clasped. "You are mine now, and nothing shall part us. I shall always remember this day as the happiest of my life. You do not know how dearly I love you." "I shall know if you persist in telling me so often," she said, smiling at his impetuosity. "Heaven bless you, Sappho, my dearest. I shall never tire of ringing the changes on love." "Why should you care so much for me?" she asked wistfully. "I have no family, no friends, no money." "I have family enough for both of us," he returned quickly. "My mother loves you, my sister adores you. What more is there to be desired?" "But there are things which you ought to know, things connected with the past." "I do not care for the past," he broke in. "All I ask is that you love me above all other men, as I adore you above all other women." She was carried away by the vehemence of his wooing. All obstacles seemed, indeed, but trifles before this all absorbing, passionate, eager warmth of youth's first love. Poor soul! Poor starved and storm beaten heart! Something of life, that was dead, leaped again into existence, and loosened the icy hand that had for years locked up the fountain of youthful joy. She felt drawn out of herself as she looked into the eyes of love, and met the luminous light which transfigured the face of her lover. "Ask me no more, thy fate and mine are sealed. I strove against the stream, and all in vain. Let the great river take me in the main. No more, dear love, for at a touch I yield. Ask me no more." Silently she turned to him and placed the other hand within his clasp, and burst into a tempest of weeping. "Sappho!" he cried, in a transport of delight, as he tried to dry her tears. "My darling, my wife!" Oh, happy Easter day! They sat there a long time in heart communion, reviewing the history of their short acquaintance, and the wonderful thing that had happened to them. They planned that Sappho should stay with Will's mother while he went abroad, and then, when his course was finished, they would be married immediately upon his return. They would keep their sweet secret a little while. They could not share this hallowed day with others; it was consecrated and holy to them, because of its dear association with the hidden stream of their united lives. John Langley was returning from an errand downtown, and attracted by the beauty of the morning, determined to cross the garden on his way to the South End. Suddenly, beneath the trees, he espied the lovers. He paused a moment. They were so much absorbed in each other that they had not seen him. He turned aside into a path which ran very near to them on one side, and paused beneath the shadow of some friendly trees where he was secure from observation, and could watch their movements unseen. The happy light on Will's expressive countenance did not escape him. He noted, too, the shy happiness and deep tender love which shone in Sappho's eyes. His heart was on fire, with hot, jealous rage, and he resolved that their marriage should never take place. He was not sure of Sappho's past, but he would try a bold maneuver, and trust to luck. He would accuse her as though certain of the facts. If that did not work, he would try some other game. He who had laughed at love without money found himself even contemplating the sacrifice of one for the other, if dishonest means should not succeed in winning her. He watched them for a time, and then, judging by their movements that they were about to leave the spot, turned reluctantly away, planning ways and means of bringing his schemes to a successful issue. Sappho had been taking her meals with the family lately, but tonight she excused herself from dinner on the plea of a headache. Will had gone back to the hotel. "Headache must be a great cosmetic," said Dora slyly. She had seen that Will and Sappho returned from morning church together, and from certain signs had drawn her own conclusions about how matters stood between them. "I never remember seeing you look better or more beautiful than you do tonight." Sappho laughed joyously as she ran lightly up the stairs to her room. Tomorrow they would know her secret. She glanced at her mirror as she passed it. Where was the usually pale, sad face that it reflected? They called her cold and proud. What would the world say if it could see that brilliant, vivid, flashing beauty that the mirror gave back to her astonished gaze? Truly, love was a wonderful cosmetic. She sank into the inviting willow rocker, and for a while gave herself up to the happiness which was so intense as to be almost painful. There was no thought of evil mingled with the joy that wrapped her round about. No forebodings assailed her. The intoxication of the moment was complete. She was lost in dreamland as she sat there thinking of her lover. Will had said to her, "I am not a man to hold love lightly. It is no jest with me. My love is the one woman in the whole world to me above all others. I shall love you living and dying, and be true to you in life and death." The words rang in her ears like sweetest music. There were extra services at all the colored churches that night, because, owing to the fact that most of the worshippers were employed as domestic servants, evening was the only time convenient for their employers to spare their services. She heard the outer door close upon one after another, until the house settled down to the perfect quiet of solitude. She then arose from her seat, and proceeded to change her street attire for a pale blue cashmere house dress, with delicate écru lace at the throat and wrists. She hummed strains of the Gloria heard that morning in church, as she stood before the glass and took the pins from her hair. The shining coil of burnished gold fell almost to her feet. So she stood with the brushes poised in air, as the door opened softly and John Langley came quickly into her room. Thus they stood for a brief second of time, she colorless with amazement and fear, he overwhelmed with the exquisiteness of the picture before him. The brushes falling from her hands broke the silence. Anger flamed in her eyes. "I did not hear you knock, Mr. Langley. What can I do for you?" His face was pale, his eyes wavering and bloodshot. His whole expression indicated a terrible determination. The almost insulting coldness of her tone exasperated him. "I did not knock," he replied, as he stepped into the room. "You do not offer me a seat," he sneered, as he sat down on the couch. "This is hardly the time or place for parlor civilities," she replied significantly. "Do you not know that the house is empty?" "I do, and as I wish to speak with you privately, and this is my only chance, I will not let it slip me," said John. "Really, I cannot understand what private business you can have with me," returned Sappho haughtily. "But if it be so, pray state the nature of it as quickly as possible." "I will," he replied. He paused a moment, as if collecting his forces. "You and Will seem to have come to an understanding, judging by what I saw on the public garden this morning," he said finally. Sappho flushed warmly as she replied, "And in what way does that concern you?" The girl looked so beautiful and spirited that he longed to crush her with the weight of his surmises. "Will Smith is a very proud man, as well as a very just man. His pride of family is his besetting sin. Do you think that it will be for his best interest to marry you?" he asked significantly. "And why should it not be?" questioned the girl haughtily, although a hand of ice seemed closing about her heart. "You can best answer that question," was the guarded reply. "Mr. Langley, your intrusion into my private apartment is unpardonable. Your innuendos are still more so. If you have anything to say, please say it. If not, let us close this remarkable interview." She moved toward the door as if to open it. In an instant he seized her arm and stopped her. "Do not be rash. It is better for you to listen to me and not arouse my enmity. I have seen Luke Sawyer, and I know your secret, mes belles Beaubien." The attack was so sudden she did not think of defending herself. He had never in his life seen emotion so terrible depicted upon the human countenance as her face presented at that moment. She shrank from him with shivering dread, beating the air with both hands, as though in her agony she warded off the approach of some gruesome apparition. "Not that name! Not that name!" she gasped, as she turned her beautiful, ghastly face from side to side, as though seeking air. She seemed about to faint. Then she sank upon the floor and literally groveled there, her face hidden by the long hair which enveloped her like a veil. John was nonplussed at the perfect success of his plot. He was exultant. The terror of the girl was awful to behold. Surely he had her now. She must turn to him for help. "Sappho," he said in feigned pity, "I feel for you. God knows I am sorry for this, and that I should have been the one to bring it upon you. But think of your story, and its effect upon Will if he should learn it after marriage." "I was a victim, an innocent child," moaned the figure on the floor. "I know," said John, "but girls of 14 are frequently wives in our southern climes, where women mature early. A man as supercilious as Will in his pride of northern birth would take no excuse, and would never forgive." "What can I do?" cried the unhappy woman, as she rose to her feet and began to pace the floor. "Have I not suffered enough?" Now was the time for which he had waited and planned. "Sappho, do not think that I forget how abominable I must appear to you. I know what you will say, that I betray my friend, and worse than that, the girl who holds my promise. But my excuse is that my passion is stronger than honor, stronger than reason. There are men in the world who would not forsake you, and who would always befriend you. Give up Will, and trust yourself to me. I am making money in my profession. I can and will do well by you. Your story need never be known." "Doubtless you mean it in kindness," replied the girl wearily, "and I thank you. But I can never marry anyone but Will." "Marriage!" exclaimed John. "Who spoke of marriage? Ambitious men do not marry women with stories like yours." At last the murder was out, his meaning clear. For one moment Sappho was speechless with disgust. "Infamous villain," she said at length, "you abuse my forlorn condition. Leave me. Never till this moment have I realized the depths of my degradation." "I go at your command," said John. "I give you 1 week to think over what I have said. At the end of that time—" "Go, go, will you go?" interrupted Sappho, pointing to the door with queenly dignity. With a low bow, John Langley passed out and closed the door behind him. Sappho turned the key in the lock and sank upon the couch, overcome with the horror of her situation. Nervous spasms shook her frame as she mentally measured the abyss of social ostracism and disgrace which confronted her. A thunderbolt from a clear sky had shattered her hopes and dashed the cup of happiness from her lips. Heart-rending sobs of anguish, with passionate appeals to heaven for mercy, tore her frame as she contemplated this sudden overthrow of her dreams of a bright future. The quiet which had attended her life since she had settled in Boston was rudely interrupted, and the ruin which threatened her was the more stupendous because unlooked for in the direction from which it came. She got up at length, and going to the dressing-table, began mechanically to collect her jewelry. She caught sight of her face in the glass. What a change from the glowing beauty of 1 short hour ago! She looked at the pale, drawn countenance with scorn. "Men call me beautiful," she murmured bitterly. "What has beauty been to me but a curse?" She heard the closing of doors and the voices of the returned churchgoers. Could it be possible that she was the same happy girl whose smiling face had been given back from the mirror so radiantly a short hour ago? She heard the front door close again. It was Will's step upon the stair. He paused at her door a moment, and then passed on to the floor above. How often she had listened for that familiar tread! Her heart kept repeating, "Never again, never again." 2 hours later, deep silence had fallen upon the house. A form, attired in black, closely veiled and carrying a traveling bag, passed from No. 500 Street into the night, boarded an electric car, and was swallowed up in the heart of the metropolis. Will in his room had fallen into his first sleep when he thought he heard the sound of noiseless footsteps in the hall. He listened a moment, and then concluded that he was mistaken. Who could be moving through the house at that hour? No, he was mistaken. His thoughts were all with Sappho. He lived over again the words and scenes of the morning. He heard the clock strike 12, 1, 2, then he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 19, The Bitter Arrow. O breaking heart that will not break, Oriana. O pale, pale face, so sweet and meek, Oriana. Tennyson. The next morning found the household early astir. It is a rule in hotels that a late watch, as it is called, exempts the employee from an early appearance for duty the next morning. On these mornings Will breakfasted with his mother and sister. Since Sappho had boarded with them, this humble meal had become a feast to him. He arose very early on this eventful Monday morning, and hurried down the stairs, bursting to impart his good news to the sympathetic ears of his loved ones. He entered the kitchen just as Dora was laying the cloth for breakfast. "What in the world brings you down so early?" she asked in a surprised tone as he entered the room. "Oh, I couldn't stay in bed this morning of all others," he said, as he kissed her lightly on the cheek. "I am too happy." "What under the sun is the cause of so much joy that it brings so lazy a boy out of bed an hour before his time?" "How did you feel when you were first engaged to John? Weren't you light-headed and silly?" "Oh, I dare say I was silly enough," replied Dora with a sigh. At the mention of John, a cloud seemed to settle down upon the brightness of her usually sunny face. "But what has that to do with your early rising? I don't see the analogy between the two." "Congratulate me, Dora. Sappho has promised to marry me." "Oh, Will! Why did I not think of that? I declare I suspected something of the sort yesterday, but other things put it out of my mind. I am so glad," cried Dora. "Where? When? How did it occur?" "Yesterday on the public garden. I met her coming from church," he replied proudly. "Do you see the analogy now between your engagement and my early rising?" he added, laughing. "I should say so. How selfish of you to keep it to yourself all this time. You might have told us. Mother! Mother, come quickly, I have something to tell you," she called, moving toward the next room. "Yes, Dora, dear," replied the voice of Ma Smith. "Just a minute." "Oh, hurry, hurry, Mummy, it won't keep." "Yes, yes, you excitable child, what is it? Nothing wrong with your brother?" She stopped as she caught sight of his smiling face. He went up to her and took her in his strong young arms. He was an affectionate son. "Nothing wrong, Mummy dear, but your boy is very happy. Will you have Sappho for a second daughter?" "Gladly, my son," replied his mother, and then she sank upon a chair, overcome as she comprehended the full meaning of his words. "Why do you cry, mother dear, if the idea is not unpleasant to you?" asked Will, somewhat alarmed by her tears. "Oh, Will, my boy, you will not let this new love cause you to forget the love of your old mother?" "Never!" cried Will, as he pressed his lips to the sweet old face. "I would not be worthy of happiness could I be so ungrateful." "Don't mind Mother, Will. She cries on principle, because it is the proper thing for weddings and funerals. Isn't that so, Mummy mine?" laughed Dora, as she wiped a suspicious moisture from her own eyes. "But what keeps Sappho so late? She's generally down by this time," she continued, with a glance at the little Swiss clock on the mantel. I'm going upstairs after the laggard, and have it out with her for keeping such news to herself. I know she's bashful." Dora sprang up the stairs with a bound, and paused outside the door to rap. Receiving no answer, she rapped again, and then tried the handle of the door. It yielded to her touch, and then she noticed that the key was on the outside. She threw the door open with a vague sense of something unusual in such a proceeding. The room was empty. She paused a moment in bewilderment as she glanced about her, and then saw the bed undisturbed in its snowy smoothness. Thoroughly alarmed now, she ran to the head of the stairs and called her brother. Wondering what could be the trouble, Will hurried from the kitchen, closely followed by his mother. Upstairs they found Dora standing in the middle of the room with a frightened face. "I found the key on the outside, the door unlocked. She's not here, and see, the bed has not been slept in. The closet door is open, some of her clothing is gone, and all her jewelry." Will stood beside her, gazing about the cozy nest with troubled eyes. "When did you see her last?" he asked finally. "At dinner yesterday. She complained of a headache and went to her room to lie down." "She was here at 11:30 when I came in, for I saw a light in her window as I came down the street." "Well, children, there's nothing to worry about," said Mrs. Smith. "She has probably gone out, and will return shortly. There can't be any great mystery about her absence." Just then the doorbell rang. "There she is now," said Will, as he bounded down the stairs in answer to the summons. The two women stood expectant, waiting for the sound of her voice. They heard nothing but the closing of the door, and Will's steps returning. Presently he stood before them with a letter in his hand. "It is for me," he said, in answer to their looks of inquiry. "I think it is from Sappho." His face was ashen, his hands trembled. He turned the square package over once, again, then, mechanically as in a dream, he tore the envelope open. The anxious women watched him as he ran his eyes rapidly over the written page, and then with a groan sank into a chair. "What is it, Will? What has happened?" cried his mother and sister with one voice. Great drops of perspiration stood upon his forehead. "Oh, my God!" was his reply to the agonized entreaties of the two women. He threw his arms upon the desk beside him, and dropped his head upon them. The letter fell upon the floor. Mrs. Smith was a great sufferer from nervous weakness. Seeing her son's unhappiness, she began to tremble and sob hysterically. Dora was badly frightened, but knowing that she must be calm for all their sakes, said, "Mother, calm yourself. Do you not see that Will needs help?" She closed the open door to keep out curious intruders who might possibly be about, and then she picked up the letter. "Read it," groaned Will. "I can never tell you." Dora read it aloud. "Will, when you receive this, I shall be far away. What I am writing to you I ought to have told your family long ago. It must forever stand between us and marriage. You remember the story told the night of the public meeting of the League by Luke Sawyer, the night I fainted? I am the unfortunate Mabel Beaubien. I did not die. The good sisters gave out that story in order to destroy my identity. Madame Frances is my grand aunt. The boy Alphonse is my child. Oh, my God, how can I live and write these words? John Langley came to my room tonight after everyone was at church. He has found out my story and has offered me the greatest insult that a man can give a woman. He has made me realize how much such a marriage with me would injure you. Disgrace shall never touch you or yours through me. Forgive me for deceiving you, for loving you. It is all the wrong that I have done you. Oh, love, my love, how can I give you up? You will never know the bitterness of the step that I am taking. Sappho." Mrs. Smith shuddered as she listened to the words being read. Could it be possible that this strange, unexpected confession had come from the beautiful girl they knew so well? Dora was weeping bitterly when she finished. So was her mother. They sat there stunned into silence. Every pulse beat at fever heat in Will's body. His nerves were strained almost beyond endurance. There were 1,000 needle points of pain. How could he bear this terrible news that had come to him? Luke Sawyer's story was written before his eyes in letters of fire. He saw with acute clairvoyant sight the beautiful child, the brutal captor, the horrid surroundings of the vile den to which he had consigned her, her struggles within the brutal grasp. All the sickening details of that horrible violation of chastity were mirrored within his brain. Time could never eradicate them. God of heaven, how could he bear to think that his beautiful Sappho, his pure girl love, had been subjected to such brutality? And then the child! Agony of agonies! He could not suffer more and live. There was something awe-inspiring in his great affliction to the women who loved him. Dismal silence had seized upon them all. Then a sob, dreadful to hear, broke from Will. He staggered across the room and fell on his knees by his mother's side and buried his face in the folds of her dress. It was a way he had in early childhood when anything distressed him. Then his mother comforted him as in his childhood days, his head upon her tender breast, her dear wrinkled hands, as if in blessing, resting upon his grief-stricken brow. At length Dora broke the silence. "Oh, that poor, miserable girl! Think of her sufferings, of the weight of the secret she carried with her. What a crucifixion for a proud spirit like hers! This terrible curse of slavery, shall we never lose the sting of degradation? Think of John, too. How did he find it out? What a heartless scamp he must be! I confess the whole thing is an enigma to me. To think she should believe us capable of feeling anything for her but sympathy. You must find her, Will, and bring her back home," said Ma Smith. "Yes, mother, but any girl would act as she has. Think of her humiliation to be obliged to own such a story to her lover. I do not wonder that she turned coward and fled. But Will find her, never fear." Will had regained something of self-control. But what a change had come to that debonair countenance! Dora's heart ached as she looked at him. He arose from his knees by his mother's side, and stood a moment as if bewildered. "I am going to hire the best detective in the city to find her. But first I will settle with John Langley," he said at last. "Give him this," cried Dora, snatching her engagement ring from her finger. "Tell him I hope never to see his face again." Poor little sister, must you suffer too? "Don't pity me, Will," she exclaimed with flashing eyes. "I am well rid of such a man." Will kissed them both solemnly and went out. The two women, left alone, went softly about the pretty room, folding away the scattered articles of wearing apparel, which they watered with many bitter tears, and finally closing the blinds and drawing down the curtains. "She will return," they told each other, hoping against hope. "We will leave things as they are," and then went out and locked the door. Such incidents as we have pictured above are not uncommon in any community where slavery has cast its baleful shadow. Emancipation has done much, but time and moral training among the white men of the South are the only cures for concubinage. We may right a wrong, but we cannot restore our victim to his primeval state of happiness. Something is lost that can never be regained. The wages of sin is death. Innocent or guilty, the laws of nature are immutable. So, with shoulders bent and misshapen with heavy burdens, the Negro plods along bearing his cross, carrying the sins of others. Time was no more. I stood there gazing at the approaching forms of matchless beauty advancing toward the judgment seat of God, and I asked a question, "Who are these arrayed in white?" And one of the elders answered, "These are they who come out of great tribulation." Fortunately it happened that it was an hour when the inmates of No. 500 D Street were busy attending to their various vocations. No one need know more of Sappho's disappearance than the family felt to tell. They made one exception to this resolve. It was about 10 o'clock when Dr. Lewis called. The mother and daughter were just sitting down to the meal so sadly interrupted. In answer to questions asked in friendly solicitude because of their troubled looks, the whole miserable story came out. "It is fortunate that I happened in," he said, when he had heard all they could tell him. "I will go right down to Langley's office. It is useless to allow more trouble to grow out of this unhappy affair. Those men must not meet alone." Amazed, startled, dumbfounded at this romance in real life, he hurried away toward the business portion of the city. But under his anxiety to serve his friends, who could blame him if thoughts of the broken engagement and all that it meant to him would intrude upon him? His heart kept singing, "Free to be one, free to be one." John had risen early and left the house before anyone was astir. He could not sleep. Up and down the deserted streets he paced, gazing at the silent stars and baring his head to the cold, refreshing breeze of the April morning. Haunted, tormented, conscience not yet sufficiently seared to commit so mean an act without regret would be heard. What if the girl should defy him, expose him? He cursed his own folly, her beauty, his own infatuation. Turn as he would, he could not shut out the beautiful, despairing face. "And there rises ever a passionate cry from underneath in the darkened land." There is something magical in the mystery of night and shadows of early dawn. Then the mystery of creation and our own hidden nature seem to be revealed faintly to our dull sensibilities. The soul beholds itself all unadorned as it must stand before Almighty God. He raised his eyes to heaven, and there beheld the beauty of myriad stars and undiscovered worlds bespangling the firmament. Never before had he noticed their sublimity. By the tremulous half-light of the early dawn, his deed of the night before appeared despicable, devilish. For a time his head dropped in shame before the accusations of his soul. There came dimly to his beclouded faculties a realization of the possibilities of a life which might have been his under opposite conditions from those in which he was born. Events of his childhood in the South came to him through the mist of years. He saw himself a half-starved beggar in the city streets, a deserted child claiming kindred with none, allowed a shelter in a poor Negro cabin for charity's sake, begging his bread from the generous passer-by. Somehow he had learned his letters. Then he became ambitious to learn more. He heard talk of a country to the north which seemed to his childish imagination a fairyland. He determined to go there, so he started on his wearisome journey, at an age when the loving mother trembles to have her darling exposed to the perils of the busy streets without a strong hand to guide him through its dangers. All his capital was in his nimble baby feet. He charmed coin from the people wherever he went by his expert dancing. He could do the breakdown and many intricate shuffles in a way that delighted his audiences. When he reached the North, he managed to buy a bootblack's outfit. Then he worked his way into a hotel kitchen. He went on from one thing to another, always keeping the one end in view, to acquire an education. He had prospered. He had accomplished the acquisition of knowledge at the expense of the non-development of every moral faculty. He did not realize that he was a responsible being, or that morality was obligatory upon him. With him, might was right. This man was what he was through the faults of others. If there be truth in the assertion that we create ourselves in the life we live on earth, the sphere that makes our heaven or hell within the illimitable realms of futurity, then it may be that the pitying eye of heaven sees the struggles of these irresponsible ones of earth, who are monuments of man's inhumanity to man, and sends a warning, pleading voice along the dim, resounding aisles of self-communion. It is a law of the All-Wise that Nemesis shall walk beside us in every wrong that we commit. For joy we pay, for sorrow too, and also for the ill we do. We call the recoil which comes from evil doing retribution, which, being the fruit of evil, is coexistent with it. John had given no thought to the needs of his soul in his pursuit of wealth and position. Tonight he had the feeling that he had been given all for nothing, that in his blind egotistical seeking for his own gratification he had overstepped the bounds, and that retribution would put a check upon his desires. That night his better angel triumphed, and he resolved that he would apologize to Sappho, make up with Dora, and tell Will all his surmises about Mr. Withington. But when daylight flooded the city, he had resolved to let matters remain as they were. Love, honors, and a competency were his for the taking, but he had risked all. For what? He would soon know. 10 o'clock found him sitting listlessly before his desk. It happened that he had no cases in court that morning. He pushed his work one side. He could not think. Ever before his eyes was a vision in pale blue, with floating golden hair and appealing eyes. His hand shook as if with the palsy as he raised his pen to dip it in the inkwell. With an oath he dashed it from him. He did not indulge in liquor as a rule, but he made up his mind to have a glass of whiskey when he went to lunch. Presently he heard the door open. He looked up at the sound, and met the eyes of the friend he had betrayed. Will Smith stood before him. John sprang to his feet. His eyes dropped before the steady regard of the other. Thus they stood a moment. At last Will broke the painful silence. "What have I ever done to you, John, that you should treat me as you have?" "What do you mean?" stammered John. "Do you ask me that?" "I do," came faintly from John's lips. "I will reply by asking you another question. Has your love for Dora turned to hate that you can deliberately humiliate the girl you have wished to make your wife, as you have her?" John's courage seemed to have deserted him. He stood before Smith like the culprit that he was. "Of what do you accuse me?" he cried at length in desperation. "Does not your conscience answer? If not, read that." And Will handed him Sappho's letter. John took it, and even as his hand grasped the sheet of paper, he began to turn over in his mind a way out of this dilemma. As he finished reading it, his mind was made up. He returned it to Will with a shrug of his shoulders, and a smile more significant than words. The ashen face of his friend should have warned him. "I did not intend to humiliate Dora, for men do many like things which never come to the ears of the woman they call wife. Accidentally I learned Miss Clark's story. I also learned by observation that there were other stories just as piquant. You will thank me when you know all. She is beautiful. What would you have? Am I different from other men who have made like proposals to a fille de joie?" Scarcely had the words passed from his lips when Will was upon him. "You miserable lying hound!" he shouted, beside himself with rage and grief. He grasped John by the throat. Again the door opened, and Dr. Lewis ran toward the struggling figures. "Will, John, are you both mad? Do you want to create a public scandal?" He succeeded in separating them, and then threw himself between them. So they stood, panting and glaring at each other like angry beasts. "Take me out of this, then," cried Will, "or I won't answer for myself. Here's your ring." He took the ring Dora had given him and threw it at Langley. "I will give you until tonight to get your luggage out of my house. If you are there tomorrow morning, I will shoot you like the cur you are." Dr. Lewis drew him from the room. The door closed. Thus they who had been friends for years parted. John stood there alone in his silent office, looking out on the dreary vista of brick walls and the network of wires, in awful solitude with his thoughts of the past and his blank future. The sun of prosperity had set on him forever. He felt it, knew it. His own hand had wrought this ruin to himself, said his heart and conscience. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 20. Mother Love. What is it to die? To leave all disappointment, care, and sorrow, to leave all falsehood, treachery, and unkindness, all ignominy, suffering, and despair, and be at rest forever? O dull heart, be of good cheer. When thou shalt cease to beat, then shalt thou cease to suffer and complain. Longfellow. Meantime, Sappho had descended from the car at the corner of Arlington and Boylston Streets on that eventful Easter night. She entered the garden, and, impelled by an uncontrollable impulse, walked again through the paths where a few hours before she had known so much happiness. She knew no fear, the darkness concealed her. Again she sat upon the seat where she had passed the brightest moments of her life. A neighboring clock struck 1. It was then the first hour of a new day, the dawn for her of fresh misery. A cold, sharp wind struck her with chilling force. She shivered, but still sat there buried in hopeless despair. Fearful indeed is the plan of existence which rules our mortality. Innocent or guilty, our deeds done in the flesh pursue us with relentless vigor unto the end of life. Sometimes the rough winds of adversity are tempered to the shorn lamb who is not responsible for acts which are forced upon him. God, in infinite wisdom and justice, remits the severity of our sufferings, but the tracings still remain upon the sands of life. We bind up the wounds, they heal, but the scars remain. Sappho possessed a brilliant mind and resolute character. If she had been a religious devotee, she would have been as devout and as fervid as a disciple of old. If a sinner, the queen of them all. She had strength of will enough for a dozen women, which, if ever started on the wrong road, would be difficult to redirect into the paths of right. She had suffered much in meekness, but now dumb rage awoke her passions. For a time the spirit of revenge held full sway in the outraged heart. Revenge was all she craved. She shivered at the dark thoughts which came to her. Revenge, whispered the swaying branches of the trees above her head. Revenge seemed whispered in the chilling winds about her. Revenge upon her seducer, and upon the man who had dashed the cup of happiness from her lips, and most wantonly insulted her in her weakness. Then came the blessed relief of tears, like a flood. They relieved the overcharged brain and saved her reason. She fancied, as she sat there trying to account for the evil that pursued her, that conscience spoke in condemnation of her neglect of her child. She had felt nothing for the poor waif but repugnance. Her delicate nervous organization was naturally tinged with superstition, and she felt that God had sat in judgment on her willingness to forget her child. Dost thou question the providences of God? Know that my ways are not the ways of men. A tender soul will be demanded at thy hands in the vast eternity. Who art thou to question the ways of infinity? Jesus Christ came into the world under the law. Who art thou to question the wisdom of the Most High? Lo, there is the field, the life of a child, work for a bounteous harvest. At length she rose from that seat, resolved that, come what would, she would claim the child and do her duty as his mother in love and training. She would devote her life to him. They would never more be separated. She met no one in her lonely walk through the now deserted city streets. She was so benumbed by the shock she had received that she would have hardly noticed any insult that might have been directed to her. At length she reached the door of Madame Francis's house. All was dark. No light, no welcome. So was her life made dark and desolate by the curse of slavery. She rang the bell twice with a strong hand. Presently she saw the faint gleam from a lamp through the side lights, and then her aunt's familiar voice asked, "Who's there?" "It is I, Sappho. Open the door, Aunt Sally." She heard the click of the key as it turned in the lock, and in another moment she stood within the entry facing her aunt's curious, frightened face. In another moment she dropped her weary frame in a chair in the reception room. Sappho told her aunt the whole story. The elder woman was nonplussed and startled. She had not counted that anyone would be able to identify her niece with poor, unfortunate Mabel Beaubien. They sat there for a long time, going over the situation, and consulting about what was best to be done. Sappho told her aunt that she was determined to take the boy with her in future. Madame Frances said nothing, for she saw that her niece was determined. "I must leave Boston, that is clear," said Sappho. "Certainly, that will be best for a while," replied her aunt, "but you must remember that it is always darkest just before the dawn." "I shall return to New Orleans and lose myself in that city. I shall get work there, and my case will not be noticed, because it is not uncommon. In time I shall forget." "As soon as you are settled there I will join you with the boy. I will continue to tell fortunes, and we shall live very happily, no doubt. I shall not be here long, my sands are almost run, but I should like to see you safe and happy before I go. But remember what I say to you now, Sappho child. In doing your duty, happiness will come to you, the greater and more abiding for the trouble which has preceded it." "Perhaps so," replied Sappho. "But, Aunt Sally, I shall take the boy with me tomorrow when I leave for the South. I will never part with him again on earth." "Well, my dear child, I see no necessity for you to become a martyr in order to do your duty. However, do as you think best. Now go and try to get a little rest." "Here is one of my mother's diamond rings. Take it, Aunt Sally, and sell it for me. I have no money." The old woman took the ring, and Sappho went into the small side room where Alphonse slept. She undressed and lay down beside the boy, but not to sleep. She gazed on the innocent face with mingled feelings of sorrow and regret as she thought of the lonely, loveless life of the child. She had been so wicked to put him from her. It was her duty to guide and care for him. She would do her duty without shrinking. Her head ached, and her eyes burned, and were hot and dry. They refused to close. So the moments flew by as she tormented herself with fancies of Will's horror of her when he should learn her story on the morrow, and remembrances of John Langley's coarse insults, which even now made her cheeks burn with shame. She wept bitter tears over her cherished love dream, but under it all there was a feeling of relief now that she had made up her mind to a future which the child should share. Her shipwrecked life seemed about to find peace. There was a new light in her eyes as she gazed on the sleeping child. Impulsively she folded him in her arms, and Alphonse awoke. The awakening of childhood is beautiful. She gazed with new-found ecstasy at the rosy face, the dimpled limbs, and the thought that he was hers. Her feeling of degradation had made her ashamed of the joys of motherhood, of pride of possession in her child. But all that feeling was swept away. Alphonse looked at her first in wonder, and then in alarm. Again she kissed him passionately. The frail little child, whose delicate frame seemed cut from alabaster. She had only this tender creature to cling to in all the world, the only plank between her and desperation. "I am your mother, Alphonse," she said in answer to his looks of inquiry. "My mamma is gone away to heaven," replied the child solemnly, as he watched her earnestly with great dark eyes of wonder. "No, dear, I am your mamma, come back to keep you with me always. Won't you love your poor, unhappy mamma?" The child put up one slender hand and smoothed her cheek. "You're the pretty lady I saw at the fair. I didn't know you were my mamma." "Mamma couldn't claim you then, darling, but now she's going to take you away, and you will always live with her. Won't you like that?" The boy nodded his sleepy little head, put up his dewy red mouth and pressed a sweet, wet kiss on her face. Then he nestled confidingly in her arms and fell fast asleep again. She held him closely folded against her throbbing heart, and something holy passed from the sweet contact of the soft, warm body into the cold chilliness of her broken heart. The mother love chased out all the anguish that she felt over his birth. She wondered how she had lived without him, how she could have remained separated from him. In this new and holy love that had taken possession of her soul was the compensation for all she had suffered. She could not see it then, but in the long intervals of time it would be revealed to her understanding. Now she felt that her losses could not be paid. But in the years which followed she learned to value the strong, chastening influence of her present sorrow, and the force of character it developed, fitting her perfectly for the place she was to occupy in carrying comfort and hope to the women of her race. The next evening Sappho left Boston. As the train rolled out from the station on its southward journey, her heart sank. Tears were in her eyes. She felt that now, indeed, all links were severed between her and Will. She had borne up bravely, and now she told herself that she must not give way. She clasped the tender fingers of the boy closer still. He was her anchor. The lady passengers on the train regarded her curiously. She was too beautiful for pity, the men with equal curiosity, but compassion for her youth and beauty mingled with it. When she reached Washington, fatigue began to tell upon her, fatigue and hopeless misery. She longed for the journey's end. Mentally and physically she was overtaxed, and but for the child she would have broken down. She did not mind anything now. As she moved farther south, the brutality of the conductor who ordered her out of the comfortable day coach into the dirt and discomfort of the Jim Crow car, with the remark that white niggers couldn't impose on him, he reckoned he knew 'em, failed to arouse her. The Sisters of the Holy Family always have representatives at the various railroad stations in New Orleans. These sisters not only solicit alms, but look out for friendless or unfortunate colored women. As Sappho stepped from the train, holding the child by one hand and her baggage check in the other, a sister, impelled by something in the white, worn face, stepped up to her and spoke a kindly word of interest. Sappho looked at her and tried to answer, as she placed the check and her purse in the sister's hand. The nun put out her arms just in time to receive Sappho's form as she was sinking insensible upon the platform, her strength at last succumbing to the terrible strain upon mind and body. The nun obtained a carriage, and took the two travelers to the convent, the child to the orphanage, the mother to the hospital. So once again Sappho found a refuge in the convent in her time of dire necessity. No one recognized her, for a complete change had been made in the sisterhood. A long spell of low fever ensued, but to Sappho in her weakness, the rest and comfort that came to her harassed mind was like sun and shade in a grassy glade of perfect peace. The nuns were greatly interested in her, and concluded that she was as good as pretty. "She is like the angels in the picture of the crucifixion, so sweet and sad. She has more tears in her heart than in her eyes." "She is not of our faith," said another, "but we will do our best for her, as the mother says, 'Le bon Dieu knows best.'" It was evening in New Orleans. The streets, the great arteries of a crowded metropolis, were lighted by the glare of myriad gas lamps, thus dispelling the darkness like artificial suns. The roll of vehicles blended with the other sounds, the hum of millions rising in a confused roar above the housetops and mingling with the clouds of evening. In a small, bare room Sappho lay, at the end of a long corridor. The rays from a lamp outside the room came faintly in, dispelling the semi-darkness. The light from the soft southern moon gleamed faintly through the windows, making the room like the cloisters of heavenly mansions. To that quiet haven of rest the turmoil and bustle of life did not reach. There the dying, the sick, the convalescent lay undisturbed by the hurrying march of humanity. She had just sent Alphonse away. Every day he had been allowed to go to her since she had been getting better. It was a rare sight to see the two together, the lovely girl who held the child in such a passionate embrace, and the delight of the child in his beautiful mamma. No questions had been asked her concerning her life or history, but she felt it her duty to make a confidant of the Mother Superior. To-night she had sent for her, and presently the mother glided in, with her noiseless step and gentle, assuring manner. The holy woman sat there a long time in silence after listening to Sappho's story. Such confidences were not new to her. At length she placed a toil-worn brown hand upon the girl's head with a murmured benedicite. "What shall I do, mother?" asked the girl, as she reverently kissed the gentle hand. "Ah, we must think and pray. You do not wish to become a sister?" "No, I must accept the desire of God in the child. I will take a mother's place and do my duty." "It is hard for one so young and beautiful to resist the world and its temptations," replied the mother regretfully. "But we will help you, and the convent will be a home for you always." Sappho thanked her tearfully. "My child, I will think over all you have said. I will pray to be shown what it is best to do. Now go to sleep. Rest and pray to the Holy Mother of Sorrow, and Christ will comfort you." She glided noiselessly from the room. Sappho, already comforted by her benign influence, fell asleep. A month later Sappho had very nearly recovered from the effects of her illness. She moved, a quiet and subdued figure, about the convent corridors, helping in every way. She had written to her aunt, and received an answer saying that she would soon be in the city. The old fortune-teller returned to her home only in time, however, to die at the convent. So Sappho found herself doubly alone in the world. One day, soon after the death of her aunt, the Mother Superior sent for her to come to her in her private room, the parlor of the convent. "My child," she said, "I have been thinking much about you, and have tried to benefit you. Are you still determined to pass as the boy's mother?" "Yes, mother, I am." "Well, then, you must be Madame Clark." "No," replied Sappho hastily, "no more deception." "I am glad to see that you are ready to bear all things in meekness for his sake. But you are not called upon to make too many sacrifices. God sees your heart, and will reward you in his own good time. I have a place for you that I think will just suit you. Monsieur Louis of Opé-Laussat is in want of a governess for his two granddaughters. He is a man of color, and has lost all of his family but these two children. He is an old man with a competency, and he will pay you well for your services. Alphonse can stay with us. You can pay a stipulated sum for his board, and be able to see him every week. What do you think of it, my daughter?" "I will do as you advise, mother. You are only too kind. When shall I go?" "Monsieur Louis will be here tomorrow to see you. If everything is satisfactory, you can go next week." The morrow came, and with it Monsieur Louis. He was a tall, aristocratic-looking man of dignified bearing, though one soon perceived that age had bent his once firm shoulders. His hair, now entirely white, added to his venerable appearance. His face was gentle and kindly, and immediately won Sappho's heart. He, in turn, was much impressed by her youth and beauty. He thought of the days of his own youth, when such a face as hers would have robbed him of his sleep. He thought too of the wife and daughter who had been taken from him, leaving his life but a succession of lonely days. "Let the past die," he murmured impatiently to himself. "I feel this beautiful girl widow will bring peace and joy to my poor motherless girls." In another week Sappho had accepted the liberal terms Monsieur Louis offered her, and had taken a tearful farewell of Alphonse and the sisters, and was ensconced in her new home. The house was pleasant; it stood in its own grounds, an old-fashioned typical Southern residence, with wide gardens and a carriage drive winding around a smoothly cut lawn. The interior was well furnished, comfortable, and every want abundantly supplied. She combined the duties of housekeeping with those of teaching, and soon became the moving spirit of the home, warmly loved by her little charges, and enthusiastically admired by the servants. It was a happy, restful life. It suited her. Its retirement, its quiet interior, recalled her childhood's happy home. Monsieur Louis, although much older, reminded her of her father, and attracted her by his gentleness. Traveling in a desert, as it were, she had come suddenly and unexpectedly upon an oasis of grass, cool shadows, and running streams. Here, indeed, was peace. Had her lot been always cast in these pleasant, peaceful shades, how different her life might have been! But the iron of suffering had seared her heart. Her life now bade fair to be tranquil and monotonous enough. Why could she not be happy, she asked herself. She tried not to allow herself to think upon the past, but when night came she lay awake hungering for the sight of a face, the touch of a hand, the glance of an eye. Sometimes the craving grew almost too powerful to be resisted, and once she started to dress, resolved to return to Boston, find Will, and trust all to his love. But she remembered. His scorn I could not bear. I should die at his feet. She told herself that life was done, and nothing remained but patience. So she sat dumb and submissive beneath her martyrdom. Monsieur Louis was puzzled by the beautiful girl widow, but he asked no inconvenient questions. He was content to accept the goods which God had provided him in the person of his governess, deeming himself very fortunate to have a woman of her refinement to take charge of the education of his granddaughters. He did not believe her to be a widow. He had strange thoughts when he looked at the pretty child Alphonse, who came so frequently to the house to visit his mother. The child was always made welcome for his own sake as well as for his mother's. He shook his head and sighed as he watched the two together. Such cases were only too common in the South. Like a wise man he accepted the inevitable, and tried to do the best with it that he could. "Let me bring as much good as possible out of evil," was his thought in self-communion. So he smiled on the two forlorn ones, encouraged the mother, and respected her secret. 1 year glided slowly by, another followed. Sappho had grown accustomed to her new duties, and resigned to her life. Monsieur Louis's great hobby was his rose garden. There he worked, assisted by the children. Alphonse spent a great part of his time with his mother, sharing the instruction of the two girls. No one would have recognized in the gay lad the quiet, melancholy child of 3 years before. Sappho would often sit on a garden seat watching the 3 children. For a time she would forget her troubles in the joy of gazing upon the animated, happy face of her child. Yes, there lay consolation for all her sufferings. Alphonse was expanding like a flower beneath the influence of his mother's love and devotion. He was her consolation. Late one afternoon she sat on the terrace, a book in her lap, her thoughts far away. Alphonse brought her a bunch of roses. The child looked at her earnestly a moment, and then said,
Mamma, why are you always so sad when you sit on the terrace alone?"
"I am not sad, Alphonse," she replied, kissing him on his forehead.
"Oh, yes, you are. When I am a big man I shall find the tall, handsome gentleman who gave you flowers at the fair."
"Why, Alphonse!"
"Have I said anything wrong, mamma?" he asked anxiously.
"Not wrong, my child, but mamma prefers that you never speak of the past to anyone."
"I will do just as you say, Mamma Sappho," he cried, impetuously throwing his arms about her neck in a bear-like hug.
Somewhat startled by the child's precociousness, she sat there after he left her, watching the red sun slowly dropping out of sight in the west. The peaceful stillness of approaching darkness rested on the landscape. She heard a step, and turned to perceive Monsieur Louis, who seated himself beside her on the rustic settee. "We shall have a thunder shower before morning. See how heavy the clouds are hanging."
"I have been watching them," replied Sappho.
"Miss Clark, how long have you been with us?" he asked abruptly.
"A few months more than 2 years. Why, Monsieur Louis?"
"You have been happy?" he asked, ignoring her question.
"Happier than I can say."
"Do not let what I am about to say distress you. But I want you to make me your confidant, and tell me all your sad story, not from idle curiosity, but because I have grown to love you and the boy."
"Oh, monsieur," was all Sappho could say.
Then he spoke again. She had only a confused idea of his words, but his meaning was clearly written in her heart. "My child," he said gravely, taking her hand, "I am an old man, experienced in the ways of the world. I have seen and understood more of your story than I have seemed to. My heart yearns for you and the child. I am old and selfish, perhaps, but I offer you a home for yourself and the boy, an honorable name, and ample means to protect you when I am gone. In short, will you consent to marry an old man, and make his few remaining years peaceful? Take time to reflect," he said, as she started to interrupt him, "and, my child, while you reflect, think of me. You have grown about my heartstrings. I could not rest in my grave if I left you alone and friendless."
About Sappho's heart there was a strange feeling of suffocation, a feeling such as a martyr might have experienced at the stake. "I cannot answer now," she said at length. "This is a strange idea to me."
"Take time," he replied, "but weigh my proposition well. There is plenty here. There is no one in the wide world to mar your peace, only an old man and 2 little girls. You shall be happy and honored."
"I will give you my answer in a week," she said, as she arose trembling from her seat.
"It is 2 weeks to Easter. Let me know your answer then." And turning, he left her as abruptly as he had come. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 21. After Many Days. The Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. The days dragged their weary length along. May passed. June and its roses faded into the languid heat of July. Still no trace was found of Sappho. Madame Frances had gone from the little house on J Street, and she, together with the child, had vanished and left no trace. There had been a 9 days' wonder over the departure of Miss Clark, but outside of the few who were in the secret, no one knew the facts. Will had received his degree from Harvard and was now looking forward to going abroad. But the eager zest and joy of pursuit and accomplishment were gone. Duty alone remained.
It was rumored that John Langley had attached himself to the family of a well-to-do colored man of prominence in the city, and that he was very busily engaged in ingratiating himself into the good graces of the daughter of the house. People gossiped and speculated as to the cause of the broken engagement between him and Dora Smith, but from lack of information, this sensation died out also. 3 months after Dora had broken with Langley, the situation between her and Dr. Lewis was unchanged. The intimacy of early childhood was resumed, but she was shy and reserved beyond a certain point. Finally, Dr. Lewis had been obliged to return to his charge in the South, but before he went he had obtained a promise from Dora to enter into correspondence with him. He had not dared to express the real interest and meaning which lay behind his request. The poor girl felt humiliated, her womanhood shamed, although to her surprise the happiness of life, which had seemed quenched behind this flood of sorrow that had overtaken her, was beginning to shine upon her again as buoyant youth regained its wonted sway. She respected Dr. Lewis and appreciated the value of the position he had made for himself, but she did not intend to enter into another engagement immediately. She had almost determined to remain single for life until she heard of Langley's conduct. After that came the fear that he might think that she regretted the past. No, she could not remain single. She would marry one whose manliness she could respect if she did not love him. Love was another thing, with which, she told herself, she was done. Dora possessed the rare talent of being an interesting correspondent. Indeed, her literary talents would have been valuable if cultivated. Dr. Lewis soon found this out. She gave him fascinating glimpses of the possibilities of an inner nature which perfect love and trust might develop. These short views thrilled his being with the hope of winning so rare a prize for his life companion. He pursued her unceasingly. Flowers of rare beauty and fragrance, fruit and books found their way to her home each week. John had been rather an indifferent lover, but who could resist the impetuous onslaught of a generous nature that truly loved? Now, when the heat of July had brought with it his annual vacation, he had returned to the North. Upon their first meeting, he said to her, "Dora, I will take no denial. No, do not speak. I know what you would say. I am willing to wait for love, because I feel sure that it will come in time." And she, nothing loath, yielded to the stronger nature with a feeling of peace and contentment to which she had long been a stranger. So October was set for the wedding, and as the days passed, Dora felt that this time she had made no mistake. It was toward the end of July. Ma Smith sat in her pretty parlor, talking with Mrs. Ophelia Davis. Mrs. Davis had just heard the news of Dora's prospective marriage to Dr. Lewis. "I'm just as glad as I can be. Dear, dear, it don't seem possible that so many things have happened to change the prospectus since last winter, when we sat in this very room having such a good time, and Miss Clark had just been introduced, and was so handsome, and such a way with her, and so forth. You know, I thought your will was going to get completely smashed on her. It's funny how mistook a body can get about fellers and gals. You think they're going crazy over each other, when all of a sudden, Lordy, they've up and married some pole-playing critter that you never thought they'd give a second look to. They'd have made a handsome couple, too, just born for each other. Then there's the smash-up twixt Dora and Langley. Mercy knows I don't blame her. I allers thought he had a clownish sort of look. Drat them sickly, peaky-looking men. Me, no, ma'am, I wouldn't look at one of them. No, ma'am. Dear, dear, it do seem strange, but that wasn't what I wanted to say, Tickler, to you." She smoothed down her long white apron as she murmured to herself, "Phelia, whar is you?" She was evidently embarrassed. After thinking a moment, she continued, "Now, 'bout this house. What are you going to do with it?" "We haven't concluded yet what we will do with it. I'm going south with Dora until Will finishes at Heidelberg. Then, after he has settled upon his future field of work, I am to live with him. Exactly so. Then I suppose you'll be willing to rent the house if you get a good tenant? Yes, I suppose so. Now, Sis Smith, I want to ask you if you've any objections to my taking it? Certainly no objections. But isn't it a great responsibility for a woman alone in the world? Asked Mrs. Smith, greatly surprised. Mrs. Davis smoothed the folds of her ample white apron nervously, coughed, stammered, blushed. Well, truth is, Sis Smith, you know people make changes in this life. Fact truth, indeed, ma'am, we's always changin', and I'm thinkin' of changin' to double harness for a while. I want to know, exclaimed Ma Smith, now properly astonished and interested, and who is the happy man? Mrs. Davis wiped the perspiration from her face with the back of her hand as she replied with a nervous laugh, Oh, you know him well. It's Mr. James. What, Mr. James? Why, he's nothing but a boy, exclaimed Ma Smith. Course I know he's young, but I'm not so old myself. Why, how old are you, Sister Davis? I don't know that I mind tellin' you, 'cause you're safe. I'm all of 35. Generally speakin', I never tell nobody my exact age, 'cause it's none of our business. 35 years? Impossible! Why, it's 35 years since the war. You were a widow at that time, weren't you? That's my age, anyhow, was the sullen answer. But, Sister Davis, you must be 50 years old at the very least, said Ma Smith, persisting that she was right in her calculations. 50 nothin', replied Mrs. Davis, somewhat offended at Mrs. Smith's pertinacity. I'm 35 years old, and I reckon that I'm the one that knows best when I was born. I'm sure I hope you will be happy with Mr. James, Ma Smith hastened to reply, seeing that Mrs. Davis was really offended. Is he going to leave college? She continued, retiring with graceful discretion from the contest. No, he's going to graduate. The society he's been preachin' for Sundays is going to give him their church, and I'll keep the laundry a-goin' and rent rooms. I'm sure I'll be very glad to let you have the house. I don't know anyone I'd rather let it to. Then that's settled, said Mrs. Davis with a sigh of relief. I thought you'd say that. Now, you see, all your old lodgers can keep their rooms, and it will seem just like home to them. Mr. James is that fond of me, till Sarah Ann calls me an old fool, and says all he wants is my money, and a right smart woman to work for him. I telled Sarah Ann, go get a man for yourself, and quit being jealous. She says to me, I will, and it won't be a boy just turned 21. Sarah Ann and me'll have to part after I'm married. She's that jealous. Mrs. Davis had regained all her good humor, and was very complacent over Ma Smith's evident interest in her story. Now, that would be a pity, after you've been together so long, remarked the latter. She's got to drop sayin' ticklish things to me. A woman's got a right to get married, ain't she? Mrs. Davis was now fairly started on a congenial subject, and her words flowed in a torrent. Mr. James says he knows the Lord sent me for to be a helpmeet to him, and I dare say he's right. Sarah Ann says my money's the helpmeet he's after, and somebody to cook good victuals to suit his palate. But I know better. He's a godly man if he ain't much to look at. How did you happen to take a fancy to each other? Lord, he's such a good critter. The first I noticed was the night you had that soiree here last winter. Some of the men got to talkin' about woman bein' the weaker vessel, and subjugatin' theirself to be led by men, and not to go perspirin' after work and sech likes which belongs to men. Mr. James he held to it that a woman's all right to educate herself even to be a minister, for no man could be superior to a woman, 'cause she was his rib. And ever since that, I kind of thought what a shame it was for a man to be minus one of his ribs all along a woman, until I made up my mind that if James wanted me, he could have back his lost rib. All this spring he's been a ridin' me on his bike down in the kitchen every day after we got through washin' and had cleaned up, so I could go ridin' with him in the fens and all out of town this summer. After I'd learnt, one day he came in with a beautiful bike and saddle. The next day we was to ride to the park. I had on my new pale blue bicycle suit with a pink shirtwaist, and a white sailor hat, and tan-colored shoes and gloves. I tell you I looked some. Mr. James had on a black suit with a gray linen duster, and he did look extinguished in his beaver hat and white choker and tie o' his'n, which I must say I do admire. We got along purty well. Everybody was a-lookin' and a-gappin' at us. Sarah Ann says it 'cause we looked like a couple of jaybirds stuffed. We got along all right until we was a-comin' down a hill. Mr. Jeems was a-coastin', and the tail of that linen duster o' his'n was a-sailin' out behind like a flag floppin' in a east wind. The first thing that I knowed he was a-stickin' fast head first into a pile of sand where they was a-makin' mortar to build a cellar, and me on top of him. Wasn't it a mercy that we wasn't stuck in the mortar? Jeems is purty black, but he was a white man when he got out of that sand heap. As for me, I tore my gloves, lost my hat, and busted a new pair of corsets right off me. Besides that, I nearly swallered my upper teeth and lost my bangs. They picked me up and carried me into a house they was buildin' and give me a chance to fix myself up a bit. But I 'clar to you them corsets was no good never after that, and it cost me $10 to fix that upper set of teeth so I could wear them again. I never have seen them bangs since. We was that done up that Jeems sent for a carriage to bring us home, and $50 won't excuse the damages to them bikes. Comin' home and settin' so close together, beside the trouble we'd had makin' us feel kind o' tender to each other, Jeems put his arm round me, and I don't see how ever in time he did it, bein' the corsets warn't no good, and me 'bout as small as a bag o' taters. He put his arm round me, he did, and he says he, 'Let's get married, Phelia.' I was that 'stonished and set back you could have knocked me over with a feather, and was that weak from bein' overcame by my feelin' that all I remember was that I fell on his neck like the patriarchs did in the Bible, where they tell about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Shem, Ham, Meshach, and Abednego. You remember how the minister told us all about them in the scripter lessons last Sunday night, don't you? I ain't got no ability for readin', but I's got a memory, thank God. As I was sayin', I just fell onto his neck, and I says to him, 'Mr. Jeems, if you want your rib, I'm her.' That's the way it came about, and we's goin' to be married purty soon, though Sarah Ann says I'm a mortalized old idiot, and a insane maniac, and Jeems knows what he's a-fishin' fur. She's insultin', most insultin'." Mrs. Smith sympathized with her, and after more talk about the rent of the building and other matters dear to the heart of the housewife, they separated. For a long time Ma Smith sat there in the quiet, shaded room, buried in deep thought. She made a charming picture. White was her favorite color for summer wear, with a tiny crimson cashmere shawl thrown about her shoulders to keep off the chill which comes so naturally to old age. She had been a handsome woman, and still retained traces of former beauty. Thick bands of snowy hair, falling in natural waves, were coiled closely at the back of a well-shaped head. Her clear olive complexion contrasted pleasantly with eyes, large, soft, and black, heavy black eyebrows, and long curling lashes. An aquiline nose, thin lips, and delicately shaped ears gave her a very pleasing countenance. As she sat there, her whole life passed in review. She thought of her children, and how much she had to be thankful for in them. But more than all, the story told her so often by her father of his early life, and that of his father and mother, was fresh within her mind as she sat there dreaming. Months afterward she looked back upon that day, and remembered with wonder her own tranquillity. The supreme hours, unnoted, come. She heard the doorbell ring, but it did not disturb her reverie. There was a knock at the door of the room where she was sitting. Then the door opened, and Mrs. Davis ushered in a tall, elegant white man of distinguished address, and about her own age. Mrs. Davis closed the door behind him and vanished. "Mrs. Smith, I presume?" he said in a pleasant voice as he advanced toward her. It was a voice of rare carrying power, deep, rich, musical, and had moved the House of Commons to enthusiasm on more than one memorable occasion in the politics of Great Britain. "Yes," she replied, rising from her seat. "I called to see Mr. William Smith, and I dislike to be disappointed. Will he be at home soon?" He handed her his card as he finished speaking, and she read the inscription: Charles Montfort Withington, shire, England. "Pray be seated, Mr. Withington," she said, as she placed a chair for her visitor. "I'm William's mother. He will be in very soon." Mr. Withington thanked her, and having seated himself, glided easily into conversation. At the same time his keen eye noted his surroundings. Nothing in the quiet, unpretentious, shaded room escaped him. The large glass bowl of flowers, sweet peas and nasturtiums predominating, filled the room with fragrance. There were 3 or 4 water-color paintings set in simple frames, pictures of rural scenes. The few choice pieces of china and bric-a-brac which adorned the mantel, the open piano, the general good taste, even elegance of the apartment, appealed strongly to the artistic sense of the cultured gentleman who had been reared in the luxury of ample wealth. Mrs. Smith herself was a revelation to him. By what art of necromancy had such a distinguished woman been evolved from among the brutalized aftermath of slavery? "I had the pleasure of meeting your son and conversing with him at the annual dinner of the Canterbury Club in February last. I was much impressed with his views on the condition of the negroes in this country. Being interested in every phase of racial development which bears upon the science of political economy, I felt that after my Canadian business was settled I would try and meet him again. I intended to write and ask him to meet me at the Vendôme, but on second thoughts I concluded to try and see him in his own home." "He will feel greatly flattered at your kind remembrance," Mrs. Smith replied. "Are you aware, madam, that your son possesses rare intellectual gifts?" he continued, after a slight pause. "I must confess to a feeling of curiosity to learn how such characters are nourished among a people like yours." Mrs. Smith looked at him thoughtfully a moment, and then said, "Sir, it would afford me great pleasure to give you a sketch of his life so far, if you would care to listen." "It is what I desire most to hear." The great man listened to her humble story with marked attention, as she related the history of early struggles which her husband and she had braved for the maintenance and education of their children. It was a story common enough among negroes ambitious to avail themselves of the privileges which were now open to them, a story of faithful fathers bearing insult and injury to keep the meanly paid employment, of mothers spending weary days and nights over the wash-tub and ironing board in order to get money to educate their children. It seemed marvelous to the listener. As she closed, he said impressively, "Your story is a revelation to me, madam. Are there many histories like yours among your people? In what a different light you would appear as a race if the statements made by your detractors could be stripped of calumny and deception. Believe me, you have my heartfelt sympathy, and I shall do all that I can to promote kindly feelings in England for our unfortunate black brother in America. And it is against such spirits of nobility and self-sacrifice that many would close the entrance door to the higher education of the century. Blind and foolish prejudice! Monstrous injustice!" He paused a moment to collect himself, and overcome his indignation. "Madam, how is it that you maintain so excellent an address and manner? And from whom, may I say, without being considered impertinent, did you inherit your superior intelligence?" "Ah, sir, that is a sad story connected with the lives of those long since passed away." "But you seem perfectly happy." "Yes, but it is the happiness chastened by wrongs endured and grief subdued." She paused as though forgetful of her visitor, and then resumed in a low tone, "Yes, there are strangely tangled threads in the lives of many colored families. I use the word colored because these stories occur mostly among those of mixed blood, but few have a stranger or more romantic history than my father's, Will's grandfather. I never speak of it for fear of ridicule. I was attracted by the name of Montfort on your card. It is uncommon. I was a Montfort before marriage." Mr. Withington uttered an exclamation which was unheeded by the woman before him, who was lost in the clouds of the past. His face wore an expression of intense interest. Presently she continued. "It is a homely subject to introduce to one familiar with the sorrows of the wealthy and prosperous alone, but it teaches that misfortune is the common lot of all mankind." "I await your story with anxiety." And truly it seemed so, for Mr. Withington had left his seat and was pacing slowly up and down the room. Mrs. Smith began her tale like one who describes a vision passing before her eyes. She told it in almost the exact words of the story which we have given as the first part of this narrative. In the midst of the recital, Will entered the room from another door, and paused in astonishment at the scene before him. Mr. Withington shook hands with him noiselessly, and signed him to keep silence and not disturb the speaker. His own emotion was intense. Tears trembled in his eyes, his bosom heaved, his countenance was pale and distressed. When she had finished, he said, "And have you no proofs of this story, no letters?" "Alas, nothing. Poor father destroyed all in a fit of despondency when his brother's letters ceased to come. Then he lost his little property, and after that he removed to Boston. I believe my father died of a broken heart. God did not intend that his wrongs should be righted." As she finished, the tears were streaming from her eyes. Mr. Withington ceased his nervous promenade, and taking both her hands in his, replied solemnly, "Not so, dear cousin, for such I believe you to be. Never doubt God's goodness or justice. I believe that I hold the key to solve this riddle. I believe that I am your relative, descended directly from your father's brother, your grandfather's brother," he said, turning to Will, who stood an amazed spectator of this extraordinary scene. "Impossible!" exclaimed mother and son with one breath. "Nothing is impossible with God. How often have I heard my father tell very much the same tale I have just listened to. Let me assure you that the letters of Jesse Montfort to his brother Charles are still in existence. They are preserved as a sacred legacy, together with a sworn statement of the main facts as we know them, in this remarkable case. Your Uncle Charles married his rescuer's daughter, and as is the custom among old English families, where the name would become extinct upon the marriage of the only child, a daughter, he assumed the name of Withington in conjunction with his own. The United States government was sued by Withington Sr., and he recovered $100,000 damages for Charles, but no trace of Jesse could be found. The money is held for him or his heirs by the government. I can furnish you with the necessary proof upon my return to England. Tell me not that the time of miracles has departed. Is not this as direct intervention of the hand of Providence that we, so widely separated, should at last become known to each other?" He paused, overcome by emotion. Mrs. Smith wept quietly. Broken words of praise to God, of joy, of sorrow for the dead, of hope for the future, passed her lips from time to time. Ah, who can paint such a scene? Finally, Mr. Withington embraced them both, his kinswoman and Will, his kinsman. "Be assured that I shall bend every effort to prove this story, and spare no money to establish you in your rights." Then, unable longer to control his feelings, telling Will to join him in an hour at his hotel, he hastily left them. Alone together, the mother and son fell upon their knees to give thanks to God for his unspeakable goodness. When Mr. Withington had thought over the story which had come to him so strangely, he was profoundly impressed with the inscrutable ways of God. How wonderful was the knowledge that he had been led by devious paths to find these humble relatives. By accident alone it had been accomplished. No, not by accident, he told himself, but by the direct intervention of an all-wise justice. So noble was the nature of this man that he never once thought of the possible ridicule that might come to him through his new kinspeople. He thought only of the tie of blood. When it was placed before him in this light by Will, his reply was characteristic of the man. "At home it will not be noticed. The opinion of narrow-minded, prejudiced people here does not matter." Mr. Withington now spent long days with the Smiths. There was much to learn of the past history of each family. These were days of happiness to the newly found relatives, days fraught with wise lessons to himself. He was the best of friends with Dora; indeed, he was a man who inspired confidence and love. Very soon he was the recipient of the story of all her recent trials with John, and poor Will's unhappy love episode. He approved Dora's choice in Dr. Lewis, and had the latter's promise to take her across to Europe at the earliest opportunity. For Will, he had a strong man's sympathy, and encouraged him to hope that all might yet be well. So potent was his hopefulness that Will brightened perceptibly and became more like his old ambitious self, to the great delight of his mother and sister. He in his turn told them the story of Charles Montfort, how his benefactor had returned to America in the hope of finding and rescuing Jessie, after establishing the boy's claim to the estate of their murdered father. He found that the child had disappeared, leaving no trace behind him. How Charles had rejoiced over the later discovery of his brother, and how he had grieved over the final estrangement. Then, on the eve of his departure for America to personally search Jessie out, he was stricken with paralysis, and remained a helpless invalid until his death. Meantime, the business of establishing the identity of the Smiths was going forward as swiftly as possible. Mr. Withington communicated with his family lawyer, who came from England, bringing with him certain valuable papers bearing upon the case, engaged a leading firm of American lawyers to act in conjunction with the English lawyer, interviewed the authorities at Washington, and secured the services of one of the best detectives in the country to ferret out evidence to prove Jessie's identity. Money flowed from his lavish hand, and all the legal machinery that was essential to prompt action was soon set in motion. One day Mr. Withington received a letter from the detective asking him to go to Bermuda and see an important witness. He started immediately upon receiving it, accompanied by Will Smith and his lawyer. A letter from Will to his mother after they had reached the island was filled with fresh surprises. What follows is an extract. "We have come across a wonderful coincidence. In hunting for evidence in Bermuda, the detective heard of an old woman, a centenarian, who was formerly a slave in North Carolina. We found her living with her daughter and granddaughter, both old women; the granddaughter is 60. All of them were once slaves. The old woman's mind is clouded on all subjects but one, the Montfort murder. She was an eye-witness of the atrocious crime. She lived for years as the mistress of Anson Pollock, and knew that he tracked Jessie to Boston, where he lost all trace of him. The day we visited her, it was pathetic to hear her grieve over the children; one would have thought them still helpless little ones. My dear mother, this woman is but another evidence of the all-powerful hand of the Almighty. This poor, decrepit, half-blind centenarian is Lucy, Grace Montfort's foster sister and maid. The granddaughter is married, and her husband and children are here. When the Civil War ended, they determined to settle in Bermuda, and here they have lived ever since in a cottage, which is almost a hut, supporting themselves by selling sugar-cane in small sticks, the same as our candy shops sell sticks of candy to the children, and other products of their garden, in the market-place. Prepare yourself for another surprise. The youngest woman had a child while in slavery by Anson Pollock, Jr., a grandnephew of old Anson Pollock, whom we all have so much reason to remember. The poor woman seems much distressed over this boy, who, it appears, was taken from her when he was but 6 months old, and sold with many others to a man who farmed negro babies for the market. She asked me if I had ever in my distant home met a young man named John Pollock Langley. He is her son. I gave her an evasive answer, and told her I would inquire about such a person, and let her know the result. I shall write John these facts. He can use his own pleasure, then, about claiming his relatives. How fortunate the estrangement which resulted in breaking the engagement between John and Dora! I never could have tolerated the idea of a descendant of the Montforts being united in close relation of marriage with one of the villainous and unscrupulous Pollocks. Let us thank God for another mercy. Mr. Withington feels as I do. He has invested some money in a small annuity for our humble friends, enough to keep them from want. The nobility of this man is something remarkable. We sail from here for home by the next steamer, so we shall be in time for the wedding. Your loving son, Will. P.S. I reopen this letter to tell you of the death of Lucy, old age the cause. After she learned that I was Jesse's grandson, and heard the story of his life with the renewed intelligence often vouchsafed to those just upon the border of the happy land, her prayer was, "Now let thy servant depart in peace." How soon her prayer was answered. Will. In the last beautiful days of October, Dora became the wife of Dr. Lewis, and went with him to his far-off southern home to assist him in the upbuilding of their race. And what a wedding it was! The skies were fair and bright. The romantic story of the Smith family had become noised about, and as it was a church wedding, the sacred edifice was crowded to suffocation. Dr. Lewis was well and favorably known, and that was of additional interest to the spectators. The small girls who formed Dora's class in Sunday school, dressed in white, preceded the pretty bride, strewing flowers in her path. Then the bride followed on the arm of her brother, Dr. Lewis meeting them at the altar, where he had been accompanied by the ushers. Dora would have no bridesmaids. Gowned in the simplest white muslin frock, she stood and solemnly plighted her vows to the man of her choice. They were a striking couple, she serious, he so grave and steadfast. So it should be, taking up a new life, with its endless need of forbearance, trust, and mutual affection. Each knew that with one all was not yet given with the abandonment of perfect love. Each felt, too, that deep waters that surrounded Will, the shadow of a tragedy that lay about his life. What wonder that an unusual solemnity enfolded this couple as they took their vows upon them? But it was a solemnity that quiets, soothes, and strengthens. As the bride came down the aisle on her husband's arm at the conclusion of the ceremony, she caught for one instant the full gaze of John Langley. She never forgot that look, so full of despair and unhappiness. She said nothing about it to husband or brother, but it haunted her for many an hour. Well, well, it was over, and they passed out to the carriage and thence to the house. There was a great reception after the ceremony, but just before Dora left her room to take her place with the receiving party, a package was placed in her hand. She opened it, and found a jewel box containing a heavy gold bracelet set with pearls, which outlined a delicate vine of pansies traced about the golden band. No note or card was attached, nothing but her name and the date of the marriage. Dora locked it away with her many gifts, amid painful thoughts. She knew instinctively that John was the giver. A week later the happy couple left Boston, accompanied by Mrs. Smith, followed by the heartfelt good wishes of all who knew them, for their future prosperity. So, with fair skies and favorable winds, they entered upon the untried seas of matrimony. The case of Smith versus the United States did not come to a public trial. It was heard privately before a court composed of the judges of the Supreme Court of the United States. The English heirs had received their portion years before. The government only awaited the production of the necessary proofs to establish the identity of Mrs. Smith beyond a peradventure. Detectives went over the ground carefully. The records of real estate transfers, chattels, etc., were all found intact among the files of the courthouse at New Bern, North Carolina. Jesse was traced from the time he had fled from Anson Pollock until he settled in Exeter, New Hampshire, and married Elizabeth Whitfield. By this woman he raised a family of 12 children, 5 of whom, including Mrs. Smith, were born in Exeter. Up to the time of her birth he had prospered, and had accumulated a good property, but in an evil hour he went upon the bond of his employer, who, failing to meet his liabilities, involved Montfort in his ruin. Unmanned by recurring misfortunes, Jessie Montfort removed to Boston, and never again seemed to have the ambition to try to retrieve his losses. Born in an evil hour, under an unlucky planet, this man's life was but a path of sorrow to the grave, which he welcomed as a refuge from all vicissitudes. As Mr. Withington had said, the letters in his possession from Jessie to Charles Montfort, yellow and time-stained, completed a perfect chain of evidence. The sum of $150,000 was awarded to Mrs. Smith as the last representative of the heirs of Jessie Montfort. Justice was appeased. The case was a 9 days' wonder, startled society and all the world, a life drama whose power touched the deep wells of human feeling. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Contending Forces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins. Chapter 22. So he bringeth them into their desired haven. All is ended now, the hope and the fear and the sorrow, all the aching of heart, the restless unsatisfied longing, all the dull deep pain and constant anguish of patience. Even as rivulets twain, from distant and separate sources, seeing each other afar as they leap from the rocks, and pursuing each one its devious path, but drawing nearer and nearer, rushed together at last at their trysting-place in the forest. So these lives rushed together at last, and one was lost in the other. Longfellow. 3 years rolled slowly away and were numbered with the past. Will Smith had finished his course at Heidelberg, and for 9 months had traveled in foreign capitals. He was much changed. Honors were thick upon him, honores mutant mores. His bearing was that of a man accustomed to the respectful attention of his equals, sure of himself, his position, his attainments, a wealthy cosmopolitan. He had been a handsome young fellow. He added now to mere good looks, grace, ease, elegance, and an imposing, well-developed intellectuality which marked him as a thinker and an originator. His eyes alone were unchanged, and had the same kindly expression, although there lurked within their hazel depths a sadness which in repose became absolute mournfulness. The ambition of his life was the establishment of a school which should embrace every known department of science, where the Negro youth of ability and genius could enter without money and without price. This was his pet scheme for the future. No wife or child would ever be his, he told himself, but he would be a father to the youth of his race. Thus he mused and planned, until one day there came a letter from his sister saying that his mother's health was very much broken, and that she longed for the presence of her boy. Will packed up, and April found him in the United States once more, at the home of his sister in New Orleans. Thoughts of Sappho were seldom far from him. He thought of her as one gone to the land of delight, purified by her sufferings here. The first night that he passed on board ship he had dreamed of her. He dreamed that he stood in a grand cathedral, and listened to the strains of delicious melody chanted by an invisible choir. Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison floated to his ears, and the glad strains of the Gloria. Presently upon the altar before him appeared a vision of the Virgin and Child, but the face of the mother was Sappho's. The child by her side was the little Alphonse. He tried to reach her in vain. She smiled and beckoned him on as she receded at his approach. Then he awoke. His dream haunted him. He interpreted it as a promise that they should be united in heaven. The meeting with his mother and sister and the renewal of old ties somewhat deadened painful memories, until reawakened, when he heard them call his sister's beautiful child Sappho. The home to which Dr. Lewis had taken his bride was very beautiful. One passed from the highway down a long avenue framed by majestic palms, and so upon the college campus, which was surrounded by dormitories built of substantial brick. Dr. Lewis's house was a fine brick cottage, plentifully supplied with porches and piazzas. Its framework was a succession of terraces planted with gorgeous beds of flowers indigenous to the southern clime. The long French windows stood open to catch the soft breezes of April. This house and the numerous dormitories, museums, the chapel, and buildings which held lecture rooms and classrooms were all built by the pupils of the school. The students made the brick which entered into the composition of the various buildings. The carpenter shop, carriage, and blacksmith shops afforded fine facilities for imparting practical knowledge of these useful industries. Beyond the college grounds, to the right, extended the market gardens, which not only supplied the school with vegetables, but also added a goodly sum to the college fund. There, too, were the grazing pastures for horses and cows. The dairy was a long, low, shed-like brick building, beautifully clean and sweet. Its brick floors were spotless, the walls adorned with shining utensils for setting milk for cream, and for churning this same cream into butter. Hundreds of hens and chickens roved in small family bands about the immense poultry yards, from all of which came some revenue to help defray the expenses of this human hive of industry. Many institutions do not spend 1 cent for domestic labor during the whole school term. The time usually given to football and other games in white colleges is utilized by the colored student in useful toil. Dr. Lewis's school was of this class. The tuition, board, lodging, laundry work, and incidentals were not over $12 per month. People with such a love for knowledge that they are willing to toil for it may be relied upon to use that knowledge properly. Will threw himself into the work of visiting Dr. Lewis's pupils and the neighboring schools with eagerness. He acquainted himself thoroughly for future reference with the curriculum of academical life as conducted along the lines pertaining to Negro education. After gaining a clear insight into it all, he said to Dr. Lewis, "I hold that a man, to gain true self-respect and independence, must not be hampered in any way by prejudice. I would remove my school far from such influences." "Where would your choice fall for the establishment of such a paradise?" asked Dr. Lewis with a smile. "There are places enough in the world. One could easily find such an environment abroad. There, across the water, associated on equal terms with men of the highest culture, the Negro shall give physical utterance to the splendid possibilities which are within him." "Chimerical and quixotic," returned Dr. Lewis with a shake of the head. "It can't be done. I shall try it, nevertheless, and leave the results I hope for to the leveling hand of time." If ever a doubt of Dora's happiness had troubled Will's thoughts, it was dispelled now that he saw her a contented young matron, her own individuality swallowed up in love for her husband and child. She had apparently forgotten that any other love had ever disturbed the peaceful current of her life. She was pained, however, to find, in their first private interview, that Will still clung to a hopeless memory, as it seemed to her. "You say that you never expect to see her again, that you think her dead. Why not, then, seek to solace yourself for her loss by marrying some good girl who will make you happy?" "Sappho is the kind of woman to occupy a man's thoughts. Beside her, all others are uninteresting and tame." "I know it will, but it would please me, and mother would die happy if she knew that you were at peace in your mind." "Do not talk of it," he cried impatiently. "I cannot please you in that way. I shall never marry." After that Dora said no more, but tried to make his visit pleasant in every possible way. Will wished to establish a home with his mother in the North, but she was feeble, and he did not care to separate her from Dora. So he drifted with the tide, waiting for circumstances to direct his wandering feet. "Have you visited the Sisters of the Holy Family yet?" asked Dora on Good Friday morning as they sat at breakfast. "No," replied Will. "Arthur has promised to accompany me there, but something always intervenes." Don't miss it on Sunday morning. The Easter service is divine." The Convent of the Holy Family was founded in 1842 by 3 good women, in the very heart of the stronghold of slavery, and under the most depressing influences. There is but one other mother house and novitiate for colored women in the United States, and that is in the city of Baltimore. The service held in the chapel by the Sisterhood of the Holy Family on Easter morning is famous throughout the South. Easter is Easter the world over, and the earth seems to take on an added beauty in honor of the day. But Easter in New Orleans is something to dream of, and defies description. Will's thoughts were solemn ones, and mingled with pain, for was not this the anniversary of his greatest joy and his most bitter sorrow? He walked toward the chapel, through the silent streets filled with earnest worshippers on the way to early Mass. It was a familiar sight to Will, who had passed so many months in Catholic countries. Morn was breaking in the east. The air was filled with the faint sounds of returning life. The sweet odor of the magnolia, mingled with 1,000 other subtle perfumes, intoxicated the senses. The sun had not yet risen as he glided quietly into the church and took a seat in a secluded corner, to watch the entry of the congregation. Until Easter morning the pictures of Christ, Mary, and Joseph were veiled, but now the statues had emerged from their concealment in indication of the spiritual change in us which was wrought by the coming forth of Christ from the tomb. Tapers glowed and flowers bloomed everywhere. The sisters stood with their dark faces uplifted in the full light which fell from the stained glass windows, making a picture long to be remembered. The stillness, the coolness, the swiftly moving, silent figures, the slanting rays of sunlight growing higher and higher, seemed to calm the troubled spirit of the man, and to impress his very soul with the greatness and glory of pure religious devotion. Involuntarily his thoughts were wafted upward, in solemn supplication to the Father of all good. He saw the entrance of the convent boarders, the orphan girls, the orphan boys, and the novices, still in an exalted state of religious enthusiasm. All in the crowded edifice were on their knees now, listening to the intonations of the gold-robed priest. The sun burst forth in full glory, and poured its rays in dazzling hues through the rose-stained windows. Simultaneously the choir of female voices filled the air with the heavenly strains of the Kyrie eleison, gliding swiftly into the grandeur of the Gloria in Excelsis. It filled every corner of the building, stole into the heart, and overflowed into space. Then the whole congregation, led by the sisters, moved toward the Holy Communion, backward and then toward the right. As the children passed him, Will started to his feet and almost cried out, for there before his eyes was the figure of little Alphonse, clad in the regulation garb of the orphanage. He restrained himself by a mighty effort, and fell back in his seat overcome. Tumultuous thoughts overwhelmed him. The mother must be near. Could it be possible that she lived? And if she lived, was she indeed dead to him in her refuge behind convent walls? He heard no more of the service, but waited impatiently for the end. It came at last. It was some time before he could reach the street on account of the dense crowd, but finally he found himself upon the sidewalk, and asked a passer-by to direct him to the orphanage. The stranger politely piloted him to the door of the house on St. Peter Street. He rang the bell and sent his card to the Mother Superior by a novice in the regulation black dress and white bonnet. She bade him enter, and left him in a bare room overlooking a paved court, where groups of children could be seen at play. He stood there with his back to the door, buried in deep thought and filled with misgivings. Suddenly a door opened behind him, and a voice said, "I will bring him back tomorrow, sister." Surely he knew that voice. He turned, and there before his blinded vision stood the realization of his dream, holding the boy by the hand. One swift glance showed him that she was in street attire, that she was not a member of the order. She saw and recognized him at the same instant. With a mighty cry of joy and thanksgiving, he clasped her in his arms. Oh, that 'twere possible, after long grief and pain, to find the arms of my true love round me once again. Sappho was welcomed right royally by Dr. Lewis, Dora, and her mother, as one risen from the dead. Tears, smiles, kisses greeted her. It seemed that they would never be able to control their emotion. Then she told them of her flight to New Orleans with the child, of the death of the old fortune teller, and her own employment as a governess in the family of the wealthy colored planter in Opelousas, and the placing of the boy with the sisters. She, in her turn, listened with wonder to the fairy-like tale of the wealth that had come to her lover's family. Late that afternoon she sat once again in close heart communion with her lover. Each had much to tell. Seated beside her on the sofa, Will folded her closely to his heart again with one deep, heavy sob which attested the man's suppressed anguish. "Oh," he said at last, "it has been like a hideous nightmare since I read that letter which you sent me. I can scarcely believe in the blessed reality that I hold you safe in my arms once more." She put back the clustering curls from his brow, noting with pain the many white hairs which threaded those raven locks. She laid her cheek against his as she said, "I only know too well all you have gone through." "Why did you leave me, Sappho? Had you no confidence in my love for you? How meanly you must have judged me if you thought me capable of holding you responsible for the monstrous wrong committed against you." "Ah, Will, I had suffered so much at the hands of selfish men. Can you wonder that I mistrusted you, and felt that you would only despise me when you knew all?" Then he told her of his interview with John Langley, holding back nothing but the insulting insinuations. "But, dearest, the detectives were at the convent. They even interviewed Luke Sawyer. Poor fellow, he was completely overcome when he found that you were alive, and he dropped his work and devoted months to tracing your whereabouts in this very city. How you have managed to hide yourself, and Dora living right here in New Orleans with you, is the mystery." "Yes, but it is an easy matter to become lost in a great city like this. You must remember that I kept away from every familiar spot. Even the sisters in the convent had been changed, so that there was no one to remember me, the former Mother Superior having died. When I was strong enough to go about, you had ceased searching for me." "And all this secrecy was for what?" asked Will reproachfully. "I thought it was for the best." "I loved you, Sappho. Could you not trust that love?" "Ah, Will, forgive me for all the suffering I have caused you." Will laid his cheek to hers. "What is there I would not forgive, if anything there were to forgive, for the sweet comfort of holding you once again to my desolate heart?" Then she wept a few delicious tears within the shelter of his arms, and he told her of his plans for her and the boy. They would go abroad, but first they would seek out Luke Sawyer and reward him for his faithfulness. Everyone who had ever been kind to her or the boy should be rewarded. That evening Will accompanied Sappho home. Alphonse was left with Dora. Monsieur Louis was astonished to see a handsome stranger assisting Sappho from the carriage. Her joyous face told its own story, and the kind old man knew instinctively that she had found her lover, and he had lost the joy of his old age. Will was delighted with all he saw and heard in the peaceful, happy home, the refuge of his love. In the soft twilight of the fragrant terrace, Sappho told Monsieur Louis her story, her hand tightly clasped in Will's. "Ah!" cried Monsieur Louis, "I thought it, I thought it." Then Will supplemented it with the romantic history of his family and his life since Sappho's flight. The old gentleman listened entranced. "It is indeed a fairy tale of love and chivalry, such as we read of only in books," he said at last, with a long drawn breath. Then he told them many interesting tales of slave life and its complications as he had known them. It was nearly midnight when Will left, promising to return the next day and complete arrangements for a wedding which was to take place immediately. Monsieur Louis insisted that he should furnish the wedding dress and breakfast, and be allowed to give the bride away. So a second Easter day closed on happy love, a love sanctified and purified by suffering. John Langley, soon after Dora's marriage and the acquisition of fortune to the Smith family, suddenly gave up his business and started off with the first daring adventurers who were allured from home by the dazzling promise of immense fortunes to be dug out of the earth in the new El Dorado, the Klondike gold fields. John was unhappy. He was willing to admit that he had viewed things in a false light, and consequently had made a mess of his own happiness. He still retained an ardent enthusiasm for his profession, but he needed a change. He would divert his mind from his recent disappointments by travel in strange lands, and after he had acquired a large fortune he would settle down to the practice of law, and do good among his fellows as a sort of atonement for his early mistakes. He placed his business in the hands of his partner, first making a will in which he bequeathed to his mother's family in Bermuda the savings he would leave in the bank in case he did not return. "I only make this will for form's sake," said he to his partner, as he gave it into the latter's keeping. "I'll be back here inside of 2 years, and dazzle you with my wealth." He joined a party made up of hardy Eastern men, and they started on their journey with bright anticipations of a golden future. After many adventures and much sufferings, they reached the goal, only to find gaunt famine awaiting them with gruesome countenance. Day by day the cold increased. Day by day the stock of provisions dwindled. Each morning they counted up the dead. One morning it was 5, the next 15. 10 only remained out of a party of 30, and these so weak as to be unable to remove the bodies from the common cabin. John learned to pray then, "May the Lord in his infinite mercy come to our rescue." One morning 7 more bodies lay close together in the bunks. It was plain then that a few hours would end the sufferings of the remainder. The last spark of fire had gone out. 2 biscuits and a quart of water was all the sustenance left. Delirium seized upon all but John. He felt sick at heart. He prayed, "God's will be done." All that night a heavy gale blew, and before morning 2 more poor souls went out into space. John was then alone, the last survivor of 30 gallant men. He dragged his body outside the door and away from the charnel house. "Let me die under the open sky, with the moon and stars for company." He told himself that the old fortune teller had been right in her prediction. The field of ice and snow which had been shown to him stretched before him in a dreary, unbroken silence. Overhead unknown constellations looked down upon his misery. The moon, cold, large, and spectral, poured an intense yet dreary light upon the scene. He recalled the deep wisdom of lessons he had recently learned, the philosophy of life and death, assurance of the soul's individuality, and the worthlessness of this earthly clay tenement. He thought of his newly found mother, whom he had been ashamed to acknowledge. His sight failed, his limbs lost their feeling, his heart was nearly pulseless. It was death. "O God, receive my soul. Dear, dear mother." The child of sunny climes folded himself more closely in his blankets for the last time, and slept to wake no more on earth. So the dawn of Easter Sunday found him. That undisciplined soul went forth to wander in celestial spheres, there to continue the salutary lessons begun on earth, under the guidance of God's angels, who minister to the needs of the immortal soul. Not many months after, a merry party might have been seen upon the deck of a Cunarder bound for Europe. It consisted of Dr. Lewis, Dora, little Sappho, Ma Smith, Will, Sappho, now Will's wife, and little Alphonse. They were all going to make the long promised visit to Mr. Withington. Sappho was happy in contemplating the life of promise which was before her. Will was the noblest of men. Alphonse was to him as his own child. United by love, chastened by sorrow and self-sacrifice, he and she planned to work together to bring joy to hearts crushed by despair. They stood upon the deck that night long after the others had retired to their staterooms, watching the receding shores with hearts filled with emotion too deep for words. My wife, my life! Oh, we will walk this world, yoked in all exercise of noble end, and so through those dark gates across the wild that no man knows. Lay thy sweet hands in mine, and trust to me. End of chapter 22. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. End of Contending Forces by Pauline E. Hopkins.